Chapter 808. This was the last god-slaying war chariot in Wang Lin's bag of holding, and it was also the strongest one. The creator of this chariot wanted to create a treasure that could kill celestials and gods. The god-slaying chariot before Wang Lin gave off a pressure that would cause one's mind to tremble. The thorns on the chariot gave off a cold light and looked ferocious. Anyone who looked at it wouldn't be able to help but feel fear. When Wang Lin faced this chariot, he had almost collapsed. He didn't dare to use it and could only seal it with his inheritance. However, at this moment, Wang Lin stood next to the god-slaying war chariot with a calm expression. His eyes were like torches. During these hundreds of years, Wang Lin had unknowingly grown up. Wang Lin closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. His hands formed a seal, and he chanted a few complex incantations. He placed his left hand on his right wrist, and a black light gathered on Wang Lin's right hand. In an instant, he pressed it toward the god-slaying war chariot. The black light landed on the god-slaying war chariot and fused with it. It was as if the god-slaying war chariot had absorbed it, and the war chariot gave off an even more powerful pressure. All the thorns on the chariot flashed and connected with each other, forming a large amount of black light. This black light was very thick, and it seemed to cover the entire world. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the black light fused to form 7 black runes that were faintly discernible within the black light. Looking at the 7 runes within the black light, Wang Lin recalled the words left by the creator of the god-slaying war chariot. The third god-slaying war chariot is so powerful that it is beyond my imagination. If it can display its full power, it can easily kill celestials and gods. However, this chariot is not complete and is missing 3 materials: the Xian wings, the underworld wood, and the celestial butterfly soul. My regret is that I wasn't able to obtain these 3 items. I hope the inheritors of the future generations can find these 3 items to make up for my regret. If the third god-slaying war chariot wanted to recognize him as its master, he needed to fuse it with the 7 sealing runes and refine it into a life treasure. Only then would it be able to display its true power. Otherwise, even if he fused with the runes, if he didn't refine it, he wouldn't be able to display its true power. The successors of the future generations, choose for yourselves. Be careful, be careful. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever. When he had first read those words, he hadn't taken them to heart. In his mind, there was one type of magical treasure that required extreme caution before one could choose to refine it. That was the natal magical treasure of the Tao of Life. For ordinary magic treasures, even if they were destroyed by the divine sense brand, they would at most suffer some minor injuries, but they would never die. Even if it was a magic treasure that was constantly nourished in one's nascent soul, it was the same. Once it was destroyed, the repercussions would be even greater, but it still wouldn't harm one's life. For example, the 1,000-foot fragment. The few swords from back then were all like that. However, once a magic treasure of the Tao of Life was damaged or destroyed, the lightest consequence would be a serious injury, or the nascent soul would be separated. The most serious consequence would be the destruction of one's soul. Although that was the case, there were still many cultivators who refined a magic treasure of the Tao of Life. This was because once a magic treasure of the Tao of Life was cultivated, the power of the magic treasure would increase by several times. In fact, as the cultivator grew stronger, the magic treasure of the Tao of Life would also become stronger. Wang Lin had once read about this in some ancient records. In ancient times, there was a cultivator whose natal magical treasure was just an ordinary flying sword. However, as that person's cultivation level increased, the flying sword grew and reached a terrifying height. This third god-slaying war chariot is different from the previous 2. Silently, Wang Lin stared at the 7 sealing runes on the black light. He slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast flew out. This beast clearly hadn't come out in a long time. As soon as it appeared, it created a huge wind and let out a sharp cry. It circled around the chariot a few times, looking extremely excited. After the mosquito beast was the thunder frog. The thunder frog flew out from the bag of holding and landed on the ground. Its eyes revealed a lazy expression as it lay there, unwilling to move. After releasing the two beasts, Wang Lin pondered a bit and then took out the celestial sword. He flicked the sword and Su Ligua flew out. After he appeared, he immediately put on a flattering expression. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Lin's gaze swept over him, causing him to stop. Wang Lin calmly said, "I'm refining a magic treasure. Don't let anyone enter within 300 feet of me." Su Ligua quickly nodded and patted his chest. With a face full of loyalty, he said, "Master, don't worry. If anyone comes, they won't be able to enter unless they step over my dead body. I, Su Ligua, have fought for loyalty all my life, and I live for loyalty. In this world, no one can compare to me, Su Ligua, I." Seeing Wang Lin frown, Su Ligua quickly shut up and flatteringly retreated. He stood guard at the 300-foot boundary. He stole a glance at Wang Lin. After confirming that Wang Lin wasn't paying attention to him, he thought, "Looks like I've been too careless recently and haven't flattered enough. My words are a bit unnatural. Otherwise, this fiend wouldn't have gotten so impatient after a few words from me. In the future, I must properly train myself. This ability is my, Su Ligua's, greatest ability. I can't just throw it away. Even if I escape in the future, I might still be able to use this ability." Su Ligua made up his mind. As he guarded the area within 1,000 feet, he muttered something to himself that others couldn't hear. However, if someone was close to him, they would be able to vaguely hear it. "Master's ability is amazing, just like a real immortal. Little Su admires you. Wow, Master's ability is unprecedented. I really admire you. What is this? This is the power of Master's magic treasure. Master, you are the most powerful cultivator little Su has ever seen. Being able to follow by your side is the best decision I've ever made in my life." As Su Ligua muttered, he smiled and became more and more fluent. The mosquito beast flew by Su Ligua and heard a bit. However, with its intelligence, it couldn't understand. It couldn't help but become curious and would sometimes deliberately fly over just to hear a few words. After releasing the mosquito beast, Thunder Frog, and Su Ligua, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he placed a few restrictions before relaxing. He stared at the god-slaying war chariot and pointed at his forehead. There was a flash of light and Wang Lin's origin soul flew out. After his origin soul flew out, it turned into an ancient thunder dragon and charged at the god-slaying war chariot. After it got close, Wang Lin's origin soul circled around the black light. A moment later, he opened his mouth and swallowed one of the 7 runes. A violent force immediately roared inside Wang Lin's origin soul. A moment later, the black tattoo was surrounded by Wang Lin's origin soul and mercilessly squeezed down. However, the fragment was extremely tenacious and didn't collapse. Instead, it erupted with an even more powerful resistance. If it was Wang Lin who reached the ascendant stage, his origin soul wouldn't be able to withstand the resistance of the rune. His origin soul would fall into a battle of attrition. However, at this moment, Wang Lin let out a cold snort and popping sounds came from his origin soul. Every time it popped, the thunder inside his origin soul would double in strength. In an instant, the thunder inside his origin soul became extremely powerful. It turned into a powerful force that smashed into the rune he had swallowed. With a bang, the rune that was resisting couldn't withstand it anymore and collapsed. The moment it collapsed, an even more powerful thunder appeared and smashed into the rune fragment. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside Wang Lin's origin soul. After a few breaths, the rune completely dissipated and turned into a mysterious force that fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. It took Wang Lin less than half an incense stick of time to absorb the first rune. His origin soul's eyes were calm as it charged toward the second rune and devoured it. This rune was much stronger than the first one, but with how powerful Wang Lin's origin soul was, he was still able to completely refine it. However, it took him the time it takes for an incense stick of time to burn. He didn't stop. His eyes lit up and he directly devoured the third rune and refined it at the same time. 2 hours later, there was a mysterious force from 4 runes inside Wang Lin's origin soul. The ancient thunder dragon formed by Wang Lin's origin soul opened its mouth and devoured the 5th rune. The moment the rune entered Wang Lin's origin soul, it turned into a violent force that spread through his origin soul. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His origin soul moved and his dragon body coiled around him. The thunder inside his body surged and the thunder inside his body charged at the rune. Inside his origin soul, bolts of thunder bombarded the rune. This time, after 4 hours of constant bombardment, the rune finally collapsed and turned into a mysterious force that entered Wang Lin's origin soul. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul was a bit dim. He retreated back into his body and began to cultivate to recover. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Wang Lin's body didn't move at all as his origin soul gradually recovered. During these 5 days, Ta Shan and the ancestor of the chosen immortal clan, along with a large group of clan members, came here twice. The screams of the mosquito beast, the thunder from the thunder frog, and the ferocious face of Su Ligua made it so that these people didn't go within 1,000 feet and instead paced back and forth. In particular, Su Ligua looked at the chosen immortal clan members and licked his lip. These people reminded him of the happy times he had back on planet Qingling. His heart was moved and he couldn't help but let a few people enter while Wang Lin was cultivating. However, none of the chosen immortal clan members paid any attention to him. When their gazes fell on the god-slaying war chariot, they were all shocked and began to discuss it. However, even the ancestor, who was the most knowledgeable, didn't know what it was. However, the pressure coming from the god-slaying war chariot caused their minds to tremble. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes and pointed to between his eyebrows. His origin soul immediately flew out toward the god-slaying war chariot. The moment his origin soul appeared, cries of alarm came from 1,000 feet away. Chapter 809. The ancient thunder dragon's origin soul was extremely shocking in the eyes of these people. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan looked at Wang Lin's origin soul with a complicated expression. He let out a sigh as he took a few steps forward and clasped his hands. Supreme Celestial, this lowly one has something to ask. Wang Lin didn't look at the old man. The thunder dragon arrived next to the god-slaying war chariot. It stared at the 6th rune and swallowed it without any hesitation. This time, Wang Lin swallowed it along with the 7th rune without any hesitation. This scene caused the gazes of the people 1,000 feet away to freeze. All of them stared at the scene. At this moment, Su Ligua's eyes turned and he immediately flew into the air. He pointed at the chosen immortal clan members and shouted, "My master is refining a treasure here. Unless you step over my Su Ligua's corpse, you are not allowed to take half a step inside." These words were very powerful, especially Su Ligua's expression. He gave off the feeling that he would rather die than allow anyone to disturb his master. This aura was very strong, and it formed a storm that swept across the area. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan quickly retreated a few steps and respectfully said, "We won't enter, but there are some questions that need to." Without waiting for the old man to finish, Su Ligua shouted, "Shut up! Unless you step over my Su Ligua's corpse, you are not allowed to disturb my master at all. My Su Ligua's life was given to me by my master. It was my master who saved me from the abyss of suffering, it was my master who taught me spells, it was my master who gave me my inheritance, and it was my master who gave me my current cultivation. If you want to disturb my master, then I, Suligwa, will not allow it." Suligwa was very excited as he spoke these words. His eyes were filled with the determination to face death. It was as if no matter what powerful existence he faced, if they wanted to harm his master, he wouldn't frown even if his body was crushed. He was a man of steel. The chosen immortal clan's old man's body trembled. When these words entered his ears, he felt very emotional. Their entire clan was, in truth, the servants of the Celestials. This person understands loyalty. My chosen immortal clan also understands loyalty. The old man looked at Suligwa with respect and thought to himself, I didn't expect this spiritual body to be such a loyal person. This person's loyalty can be witnessed by the heavens. It is the immortal's fortune to have such a servant. Tashin stood beside the elder and stared blankly at Suligwa. His heart was also extremely complicated. It's not that we're disloyal, but the person we're loyal to abandoned us. Compared to that, this spirit body has someone it's loyal to. Suligwa's show-off was very realistic, but unfortunately, it was completely ignored by Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul was filled with thunder as it continued to bombard the 2 runes in his body to refine them. Thunderous rumbles echoed inside his origin soul. One of the 2 runes began to collapse under the power of thunder. This collapse didn't happen in an instant but continued. During this process, the god-slaying war chariot below Wang Lin's origin soul continued to shine. In the end, it was so bright that it was as if it could devour all light. With the help of this black light, Wang Lin's origin soul became even more dazzling. This scene caused the hearts of the chosen immortal clan members to tremble and be unable to calm down. Suligwa took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him to sneak a glance at Wang Lin. He thought, what's so great about this? Your grandpa Su can do it as well. Isn't it just devouring a rune? Your grandpa Su has even devoured people before. Suligwa was filled with disdain, but his eyes were filled with respect. His body trembled. Just by looking at his appearance, he was a typical loyal servant who was excited by his master's divine ability. When Tashin saw Suligwa's appearance, he let out a sigh and felt even more complicated. As for the ancestor of the chosen immortal clan, he also secretly nodded. He was even more certain that this spirit body named Suligwa's loyalty was worthy of respect. In truth, these chosen immortal clan members had lived here for too long and hadn't had any contact with the outside world. Although they weren't stupid, they couldn't compare to Suligwa. Suligwa had been slippery his entire life and was good at changing. His 1,000 years of experience had made him an expert in this area. If others could easily see through him, then it wouldn't be him. Time slowly passed. Several hours later, Wang Lin's origin soul suddenly moved and the sound of thunder increased several-fold. When the rumbling reached its peak, it suddenly stopped. Wang Lin's origin soul's eyes lit up. He had completely absorbed the last 2 runes in his body. Now there was an important choice before him. Do you want the natal Dharma treasure of the fated cultivator? Wang Lin pondered for a bit. The 7 mysterious forces inside his origin soul fused to form a unique mark that appeared on his chest. The moment this mark appeared, the black light from the god-slaying war chariot condensed into one ray and landed on Wang Lin's chest. God-slaying war chariot, unseal. His divine sense spread out and turned into a thunderous roar. The black light from the god-slaying war chariot seemed to enter Wang Lin's body, but the next instant, the countless spikes on the chariot flashed once more. This time, an illusion quickly condensed on the god-slaying war chariot. This was a spirit beast about 1,000 feet tall, as if it was a giant beast. After it appeared, it let out a roar. The faces of the chosen immortal clan members immediately turned pale, and the plants between their eyebrows appeared. They all retreated, and only a few of them with high cultivation were barely able to stand. However, their bodies still trembled, and they couldn't hold on for long before they involuntarily retreated. The mosquito beast's spikes stood up as it stared at the spirit beast and let out bursts of roars. The thunder frog also did the same. Its stomach bulged and thunder rumbled as it prepared its most powerful spell. Only Su Ligua, who was also affected by the roar, struggled to shout, "Unless you step over my Su Ligua's corpse." Otherwise, however, before he could finish speaking, the giant spirit beast looked down and stared at him. This scared Su Ligua so much that he swallowed the second half of his sentence. Su Ligua cursed in his heart, but he quickly retreated far away in the blink of an eye. "Your grandpa Su has the inheritance of the ancient sword intent. Just wait until I absorb it all. At that time, I won't be afraid of you." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he stared at the spirit beast before him. His origin soul moved and returned to his body. His body immediately leaped into the air and floated in the air. As the spirit beast roared, it withdrew its gaze from Su Ligua and stared at Wang Lin. It was too fast, and the moment it moved, it appeared before Wang Lin and tried to devour him. Wang Lin's gaze was calm, and he did not retreat. Instead, when the spirit beast closed in on him, he softly said, "Collapse!" With a bang, the spirit beast's body collapsed and turned into countless pieces that filled the air. However, in the next instant, the pieces gathered together again. Its red eyes were filled with endless hatred, and it roared again as it charged at Wang Lin. "Collapse!" Wang Lin's voice was calm as he spoke again. This time, the moment the spirit beast charged at him, its body rumbled and collapsed again. After refining the 7 runes, if you cultivate the life aspect, you can control it. However, if you don't choose the life aspect and cultivate it as your life treasure, you can use the 7 runes to form 7 collapses. There are 7 chances to collapse the spirit beast guarding the god-slaying war chariot and control it to make it yield. If the spirit beast still doesn't yield after 7 times, you must choose the life aspect, or else you can't use this treasure. The words on the celestial slip appeared in Wang Lin's mind. After collapsing twice, the ferocity in the spirit beast's eyes became even stronger, and its roar became even more berserk. After its body reformed again, it rushed out again. This time, as it rushed out, its body split into countless pieces and charged at Wang Lin from all directions. Wang Lin frowned slightly. He was a ruthless person, and his 1,000 years of experience had given him his own style of doing things. At this moment, the spirit beast didn't yield, so it clearly didn't feel any pain. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes and he calmly said, "Collapse! Collapse! Collapse!" As soon as he said the word collapse, the spirit beast charging at him from all directions immediately collapsed into countless pieces and retreated. Then, there was another rumble, and the spirit beast collapsed a second time. A miserable groan sounded at the same time the spirit beast collapsed, and at this moment another collapse occurred. 3 collapses almost caused the spirit beast to sink into unimaginable pain. If it hadn't collapsed consecutively, it would have been able to endure it. However, these 3 consecutive collapses made it feel a sense of fear from the bottom of its heart. The moment this fear appeared, its body reformed. Just as it was hesitating, Wang Lin's eyes became even colder, and he calmly said, "Collapse." With a bang, the spirit beast's body collapsed once again. The fear from before grew even stronger as it collapsed, and in the end, it almost occupied the spirit beast's entire body. After its body reformed once more, its eyes were filled with deep respect, but it didn't dare to resist anymore. It revealed a submissive attitude and lowered its head. Wang Lin's body flickered and he stepped into the air. In an instant, he was standing on the spirit beast's head. He bit his finger and sent out a special mark to activate the god-slaying war chariot, then pressed it on the spirit beast's head. The spirit beast's body trembled and started to shrink. Wang Lin jumped into the air and looked down. The spirit beast quickly shrank, and a moment later, it turned into a ball of mist. This ball of mist was only the size of a fist, and it gave off a bright light. It quickly condensed into something like a cocoon. Cracking sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on the cocoon. More and more cracks appeared, and in the end, the cocoon collapsed. A multicolored butterfly gently flapped its wings, causing a cloud of multicolored dust to fly out from the cocoon. The beauty of this butterfly caused Wang Lin's gaze to narrow. Just at this moment, the teleportation formation in the mysterious cauldron flickered, and a person walked out. That person's body flickered as he charged toward the door. He appeared above the door and passed through it. It was a man wearing a green robe, and his eyes were cold. "Lowly people of the lower races, what are you doing?" It was done, and there were no interruptions. It would explode next week, and he would definitely do what he had said. He begged for a monthly vote and then he would rush it again. Chapter 8:10. The green-robed man was middle-aged. His eyes were cold, but they were bright. His lips were not thick and gave off a harsh aura. His black hair scattered behind him, making him look like a demon among celestials. He walked out of the gate of the altar and stepped into the air. His figure wasn't completely corporeal, so if you looked closely, you could see through him and see the altar behind him. Wang Lin floated in the air, and beside him was the butterfly that appeared after the war chariot opened. The butterfly gently flapped its wings, allowing its body to maintain a state of balance. The members of the chosen immortal clan 1,000 feet away were all vigilant as they stared at the middle-aged man and retreated. Ta Shan's eyes became cold as he stepped out and shouted, "Who dares to come?" The green-robed middle-aged man looked at Ta Shan. His gaze followed Ta Shan and swept past the members of the chosen immortal clan one by one. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Lin and his eyes became serious. "You're not someone from here. Where did you come from?" Wang Lin's expression was cold. He could tell at a glance that this middle-aged man was at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, a level higher than him. At this moment, Ta Shan frowned and took a step forward. His right hand formed a fist and the tattoos on his body shined brightly. They gathered on his right fist and he threw a punch at the middle-aged man. Ta Shan shouted, "Who dares to come? Kneel." The green-robed man's eyes were filled with disdain. He glanced at Ta Shan as if he was looking at an ant. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. An invisible ripple spread out with his finger as the center and filled the surroundings. Just as Ta Shan closed in, his face turned pale and his body trembled. He clearly felt that there was a force inside his body that was preventing him from getting close and attacking. This force was extremely powerful, as if it was an instinct, an inheritance deeply imprinted in his body. Ta Shan was 200 feet away from the middle-aged man and couldn't move forward. His face was filled with pain as his body trembled and large beads of sweat fell like rain. He could clearly sense that the power that was preventing him from moving forward was coming from the runes on his body. The power radiating from these runes made it impossible for him to resist. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. No matter how strong he was, no matter how much his strength had improved, he still did not dare to make a move against this middle-aged man. In fact, as his mind trembled, he had an extremely strong feeling that with just a single thought from the other party, he would instantly collapse and his soul would scatter. Ta Shan had never felt this kind of feeling in his life. However, the moment this feeling appeared, it was as if it had existed for a very long time and was deeply imprinted in their chosen immortal clan's inheritance. Unable to resist, Ta Shan's body trembled, especially at that moment. When the middle-aged man looked over, he even had the urge to kneel down and worship him. However, his dignity made Ta Shan grit his teeth and forcibly stop the submission that came from the depths of his soul and the runic symbols on his body. A struggling roar that was almost like a roar came out from Ta Shan's throat. His eyes were bloodshot and what was left of his body was no longer sweat, but blood. While struggling, Ta Shan raised his foot and stepped forward. This step caused his body to tremble once more, as if he was facing the world. This step hadn't even landed when Ta Shan's eyes dimmed and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body could no longer withstand it and his body trembled. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were pressing down on him, causing his body to suddenly kneel down. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed from his eyes. Sorrow and unwillingness to submit were mixed together in his blood-red eyes. However, he could not stand up no matter what he did. He could only kneel down. A lowly commoner dares to resist the slave rune. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to kill you, I could destroy your soul with just one thought. Graham. The middle-aged man sneered. It was as if Ta Shan's body had been hit by an invisible fist. Popping sounds came from his body, and he was thrown far away until he hit the ground 1,000 feet away. Ta Shan struggled to get up. His eyes were filled with unyielding killing intent and he shouted, "Who are you?" At this moment, not only Ta Shan, but all the members of the chosen immortal clan sucked in a breath of cold air and stared dumbfoundedly at the middle-aged man. What happened just now was too strange. They couldn't accept it. In particular, the ancestor's face was pale as he looked at the middle-aged man. He seemed to remember something and his face became pale and his body trembled. The green-robed man's expression was cold, but there was a hint of pride as he calmly said, "Celestial, why aren't you kneeling?" The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan let out a bitter smile. He didn't doubt the middle-aged man's words at all. He remembered that in the ancient records of the clan, there were many descriptions of the ancestor's excitement and respect when he saw a celestial. There was no need to guess the other's identity. As long as they saw the other, they would immediately know. These were the words left behind by the ancestor of the chosen immortal clan. The old man didn't understand before and mistakenly thought the excitement and respect were loyalty from the bottom of his heart. However, now that he saw the celestial, he suddenly understood. I had no choice but to be excited and respectful. The old man let out a bitter smile as he knelt on the ground and said, "This lowly one greets Supreme Celestial." He wasn't the only one who knelt down. The surrounding members of the chosen immortal clan were all shaken by the middle-aged man's gaze. There was a force inside their bodies that forced them to yield. Even if they died, even if their souls were destroyed, they had to yield. One by one, the members of the chosen immortal clan struggled to kneel down and lower their heads. A moment later, only 2 people didn't kneel down, Wang Lin and Ta Shan. Ta Shan didn't kneel down. He had already kneeled once, and this was the second time. Although the blood in his body was surging and the invisible force inside his body was attacking him, his body still struggled to not kneel down. Popping sounds echoed and a large amount of blood sprayed out from Ta Shan's body. He was already injured in his battle with Wang Lin, and now he was in an even worse state. Although his eyes were dim, they revealed an unyielding spirit from his soul. Wang Lin looked at this and gradually frowned. He saw through a lot of things. Whether it is the chosen immortal clan or the forsaken immortal clan, it is obvious that they are all slaves to the Celestials. Just like the slave imprint, they will all become slaves to the Celestials for generations to come. This is a slave imprint that is imprinted in the inheritance, just like the Li Yuan family. If he hadn't experienced the Li Yuan matter, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to see through the whole story so clearly. However, at this moment everything became clear in his heart. This slave imprint fuses with the tattoo on the chosen immortal clan to form a slave imprint. It is obvious that this slave imprint is extremely tyrannical, far more powerful than the Li Yuan family's slave imprint. After all, the Li Yuan family's slave imprint is only used to revere a celestial. However, this slave imprint is different. It is very likely that when faced with all the Celestials, the chosen immortal clan will yield. This was no longer control, it was complete enslavement, making the people of this clan completely the property of immortals. Also, since there is a forsaken immortal clan in Suzaku, It is obvious that there are a lot of them. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. After combining everything he knew, a bold idea appeared in his mind. It's very possible that, countless years ago, before the immortal realm collapsed, there was a clan whose members were so strong that they could even fight against the immortal realm. But in the end, they were defeated by the immortal realm. It's very likely that the 4 immortal realms joined forces and used an extremely powerful divine ability on the members of that clan. It was a seal that turned the members of that clan into the slaves of the immortals for generations to come. Wang Lin looked at the trembling chosen immortal clan members on the ground and let out a sigh. The green-robed man's gaze fell on Ta Shan and he frowned. He raised his right hand and pointed at Ta Shan. Ta Shan's body immediately exploded and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his pores. In almost an instant, he was covered in blood. "Kneel!" The green-robed man's voice was cold. Ta Shan's eyes had already dimmed, but his gaze was still filled with unyielding determination. However, the power of the slave talisman was not something he could resist. It was as if countless mountains were crushing down on him. With a bang, his knees shattered and he knelt on the ground. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Su Ligua had long since realized that something was wrong. He flew far away and carefully looked over. He was wondering if he should resist or surrender if he couldn't beat this fiend. The mosquito beast circled in the air and locked onto the green-robed man. As for the thunder frog, its belly was also bulging as it coldly looked over. The green-robed man looked at Wang Lin and didn't act rashly. He naturally saw through Wang Lin's cultivation, especially the butterfly flapping its wings around Wang Lin. It gave him a strong sense of crisis. This person isn't a member of this clan. How did he get in here? Looking at his aura, he doesn't look like a celestial. Who is he? The green-robed man's eyes lit up. He didn't provoke Wang Lin, but his left hand pressed down on the altar. The door immediately opened. The moment the door opened, strands of black fog rushed out and turned into ferocious fog beasts. Inside the door was the woman Wang Lin saw before. However, she didn't step out but coldly stared at Wang Lin. The appearance of the fog beasts caused the expressions of the kneeling chosen immortal clan members to change greatly. However, the power of the slave talisman made it so they couldn't stand up at all. This was an instinct they couldn't resist. The fog beasts appeared and opened their eyes, revealing cold gazes. Bursts of roars echoed as the green-robed man pointed at the ground. Immediately, the fog beasts' bodies swayed and they charged towards the ground. This scene caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. One of the fog beasts turned into a 5-clawed bird and closed in on a chosen immortal clan member. It directly grabbed him and threw him into the air. The bird let out a roar and directly penetrated the chosen immortal clan member's body. The chosen immortal clan member's body immediately collapsed into a blood mist that was absorbed by the fog beast. Even until death, the chosen immortal clan member didn't resist at all. However, there was a hint of struggle in his eyes, but this struggle was too weak. On the other side, the other fog beasts closed in on the chosen immortal clan members. They grabbed them one by one and devoured them. The smell of blood immediately filled the area, along with a deep sense of sadness and helplessness. None of the clan members who died could resist, and the sadness in their eyes was extremely strong. At the moment of death, enlightenment appeared in their hearts. Perhaps this is the mission of my clan. Ta Shan's knees shattered and he knelt on the ground. He struggled to raise his head as he watched his clan members die in such a humiliating manner. Roars that sounded like wild beasts came from his throat, and the veins on his face swelled, as if he was trying to resist the inheritance of the tattoo. The green-robed man coldly watched all of this. His expression remained the same. The chosen immortal clan ancestor's body trembled as a gust of wind blew against his face. A youth beside him was picked up by the fog beast and crushed in the air before being devoured. Almost subconsciously, the old man raised his head. A drop of warm blood fell on his face and flowed down his cheek. The old man's eyes were filled with sadness and indignation. He muttered to himself, "Why? Why?" Just at this moment, a fog beast flew over. It grabbed the old man and lifted him into the air. At this moment, a power that came from the deepest part of his soul swept through his heart like a storm. The old man's eyes were filled with sorrow as he looked at the green-robed man and roared, "Why?" At this moment, as the old man roared, the clan members who hadn't been killed struggled to raise their heads. They followed the old man's gaze and looked at the green-robed man. These gazes were filled with endless sadness and anger. "Your mission is to feed the fog beasts. There is no other reason. I won't let all of you die, I still need you to reproduce." The green-robed man's voice was calm without any fluctuations. Just at this moment, one of the fog beasts charged into the distance. Its target was the children hiding in the houses of the buildings in the distance. The green-robed man frowned slightly but didn't stop it. The old man let out a bitter smile. His body was about to collapse under the charge of the fog beast. Just at this moment, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He raised his right hand and pointed at the void. The fog beast that was about to devour the old man collapsed. The old man stared at all of this. At this moment, the fog beast had already closed in on the buildings. He could even hear the terrified cries of the children. They were calling for their loved ones. The chosen immortal clan members on the ground struggled to stand up. Roars came from their mouths like crazy. Although Ta Shan's knees were broken, his eyes were red and he still wanted to stand up. Even if his bones were broken again, he still wanted to do this. "Celestial! Celestial! What do you think my clan is? My clan has guarded the mysterious Een furnace for countless years without stopping, but what did we get in return? It was these fog beasts and the deaths of my clan members. Now I finally know that these fog beasts were what we were guarding. My clan's mission was to become food for these fog beasts. Since this is the case, I'll resist. I'd rather die than yield." Ta Shan's roar finally broke through his throat and came out from his mouth. Not only him, but all of the chosen immortal clan members on the ground began to roar. Their eyes were red and the plants between their eyebrows flashed violently as they struggled to stand up. The green-robed man's expression was still cold. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes as he slowly said, "Back then, your clan failed and became slaves. This is your fate. You can't change it." With that, he raised his right hand and pressed down. Popping sounds echoed, and all of the chosen immortal clan members on the ground coughed out blood mist. Their struggle was immediately stopped. Only Ta Shan let out a roar and charged out from the ground. The moment he charged out, popping sounds came from his body. His bones began to collapse, but his body charged out. The green-robed man's eyes lit up and he pointed forward. Just at this moment, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, and this green-robed man's origin was extremely mysterious. He was actually a celestial. However, at this moment, he let out a sigh and spat out the fragment stamp. The stamp flew out and immediately appeared between Ta Shan and the green-robed man. The green-robed man's eyes lit up and became cold. His right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. A tattoo filled with celestial spiritual energy flew out and shot toward Wang Lin. "I thought you wouldn't attack." The green-robed man charged forward after the tattoo toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the stamp and it flew out. It rotated in the air and smashed toward the green-robed man. At the same time, Wang Lin arrived next to Ta Shan. His left hand hit Ta Shan's body, and he sent a strand of origin energy into Ta Shan's body. Ta Shan's body was immediately thrown toward the fog beast that was charging toward the buildings. After doing all of this, Wang Lin turned around and his two fingers formed a sword. He raised his hand and chopped down. The tattoo collapsed into ripples and dissipated. At this moment, the fragment stamp descended and the green-robed man's eyes became cold. His hand formed a seal, and the celestial origin energy inside his body surged. A lance appeared in his hand. This lance was completely white and gave off dense celestial spiritual energy. He grabbed it and let out a laugh as he stabbed it toward the fragment stamp. There was a thunderous bang, and the green-robed man retreated with a serious expression. However, the fragment stamp was also knocked back several dozen feet. As the green-robed man retreated, he shouted, "Slave symbol, attack with me!" His voice entered the ears of the struggling chosen immortal clan members on the ground, and became an instinctive order. They couldn't resist and immediately flew into the air. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and struggle, but their bodies moved like lightning toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he retreated. The butterfly formed by the god-slaying war chariot was still following Wang Lin. As he retreated, the butterfly also retreated like a shadow. Wang Lin's heart trembled. He still didn't know what kind of power this third god-slaying war chariot had. At this moment, his eyes became cold and his right hand formed a seal that landed on the butterfly. Killing intent flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he immediately pointed at the green-robed man. The butterfly's body didn't change at all. Its wings were still gently flapping, but its speed was a bit faster. 5 colored powder fell from the butterfly's wings and scattered. The green-robed man immediately stopped and his eyes were filled with vigilance. He had already noticed the butterfly before. There was something about the butterfly that made his heart tremble. If it wasn't for that, he would have attacked a long time ago and wouldn't have waited until now. The surrounding chosen immortal clan members lost control of their bodies and flew toward Wang Lin. The struggle in their eyes became stronger and stronger, but they couldn't resist the instinctive power from their inheritance. Wang Lin's eyes were like a torch as he stared at the butterfly. He wanted to know what was so special about the third god-slaying war chariot. Just at this moment, the butterfly flapped its wings and flew away from Wang Lin. At this moment, its wings paused for a moment before gently flapping again. There was no sign of this flapping, but the green-robed man, who was on guard and hadn't closed in, immediately turned pale. There was no wind around him, but his hair seemed to be blown by the wind and gently scattered behind him. A popping sound came from his body and he flew back. He spat out a mouthful of red mist. This red mist condensed in the air and turned into a red butterfly. The moment the butterfly appeared, it immediately flapped its wings. There was a bang and blood mist sprayed out from the green-robed man's chest. This blood mist turned into a butterfly and flapped its wings. Popping sounds echoed as the green-robed man's body continued to be knocked back. Every time he was knocked back, a large amount of blood mist would spray out and turn into a butterfly. Every flap of the butterfly's wings caused unimaginable damage to him. His eyes were filled with horror and even fear. He couldn't resist at all. Everything in his body, including his celestial origin energy, didn't seem to belong to him and was being sealed by a mysterious force. The butterfly appeared once more in the blood mist. It flapped its wings and the green-robed man was knocked back once more. He retreated more than 10,000 feet, and the fear in his eyes reached a limit. Thunder, explode! As he struggled, the green-robed man roared. Thunderous rumbles came from his body, and his right hand collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood that contained a destructive force. Borrowing this explosion, his face turned pale and he temporarily regained control of his celestial origin energy. At this moment, he was terrified and the terror in his heart occupied his entire body. What kind of spell is this? What kind of treasure is this? He had never seen such a strange treasure in his life. He couldn't even resist. Just one flap of the butterfly's wings had almost caused him to collapse. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to charge toward the altar below to escape. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a strange connection between him and the god-slaying war chariot. He vaguely had a feeling that the chariot's most powerful attack hadn't been unleashed yet. Just at this moment, the 5-colored butterfly beside Wang Lin gently flapped its left wing. The green-robed man who had fled to the entrance of the altar at an extremely fast speed suddenly stopped when the door to the altar closed. Disbelief appeared in his eyes, and his body started to dissipate from the soles of his feet. Almost in an instant, this dissipation spread to his head and everything else, and he disappeared forever. When the green-robed man died, there was a person sitting in the endless black void inside the nether beast. This person was covered in black gas, and what was strange was that this black gas contained celestial origin energy. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight ahead. There was a look of shock in his eyes. To be able to destroy my avatar so easily. What kind of treasure is this? The old cat arrived in the morning and was very happy to receive him. He didn't expect the old cat to also read his book. He was very surprised. Tonight, he decided to drink with the old cat until he was drunk. Chapter 8:12. The moment the green-robed man died, the gate to the altar closed. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. Looking at the colorful butterfly flapping its wings, Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit before raising his right hand. He formed a seal and carefully pressed down on the butterfly. The butterfly flapped its wings and turned into specks of 5-colored light. A moment later, it turned back into the god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief and sweat appeared on his forehead. It was rare for him to feel cold sweat, but the fact that a peak corporeal yang cultivator's body and origin soul had collapsed when the butterfly flapped its wings terrified him greatly. With this god-slaying war chariot and the Wither Dao duo, I can battle Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he looked around. After the green-robed man died, the surrounding chosen immortal clan members returned to normal. Their eyes were filled with sadness and confusion as they silently sat on the ground. In the distance, Ta Shan returned with injuries. He was holding a large pot in his hand. It was obvious that he had absorbed the fog beast that had charged at the child. However, his injuries were too serious, so when he returned, he fainted on the ground. In a flash, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Wang Lin lived in the chosen immortal clan. The ancestor of the clan had prepared a very quiet place for him to stay. During these 10 days, Wang Lin wasn't idle. After talking with the old man, Wang Lin gradually felt that his previous guess was 80% correct. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. Wang Lin's focus was on how to leave this place. Wang Lin had already been to the end of the sky. It was just as Ta Shan had said, there was an endless wall of flesh there. However, there was a blue light coming from it, making it look like the real world. Aside from the sky, Wang Lin had searched the surroundings of this continent, but in the end, he still couldn't find an exit. At this point, Wang Lin was sure that the mysterious Een Cauldron's teleportation formation was definitely the way out of this place. Let's not talk about the spirit of the mysterious Een Cauldron that guards the teleportation formation. Just that green-robed man from earlier has caused this place to be extremely strange. That green-robed man claimed to be an immortal. Moreover, the power he used was similar to immortal power. However, it also contained the aura of Yuan power. This is very similar to Celestial Lord Shimizu in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Coupled with the performance of the chosen immortal clan, it is possible that this green-robed man is a celestial. As Wang Lin pondered, he walked out of the room. With one step, he disappeared. Wang Lin's figure appeared on a plain in the eastern part of the continent. As soon as his body appeared, a cheerful whistling sound could be heard. He saw a mosquito flying in the sky, circling a few times before coming back with a gust of wind. On the grass in the distance, the thunder frog's mountain-like body was lying there. It looked at Wang Lin for a moment before closing its eyes. Su Ligua had already disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where he had gone to find joy. When the mosquito beast arrived, Wang Lin revealed a smile and gently patted the mosquito beast's head. The mosquito beast revealed a comfortable expression and flew into the sky once more. Wang Lin took a step forward and walked forward. A moment later, he arrived at an open space. This open space was about 1,000 feet wide, and there was no more grass. Instead, it was replaced by gullies. These gullies intersected with each other and looked very complicated, as if they were a formation. Wang Lin didn't even look at the gullies on the ground as he walked in. He sat down at the center of the formation. After Wang Lin released the thunder frog and mosquito beast, he didn't take them back and let them roam freely. As for Su Ligua, Wang Lin was too lazy to care about him. This was a place that Wang Lin had found a few days ago to cultivate. After removing the grass, he placed a restriction here. There was also the mosquito beast and thunder frog protecting it, so it was safe to a certain degree. While sitting there, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and pressed down on the formation. The formation immediately trembled, and everything inside disappeared. What replaced it was a grassland. No matter how close or far you were, you wouldn't be able to tell that this place was fake. Even if you stepped inside, it would be normal. After activating the formation, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had experienced a lot of danger in the Thunder Celestial Realm and obtained a lot of things. However, he didn't have time to sort them out and refine them. Originally, he planned to return to planet Qingling to refine them after leaving the Thunder Celestial Realm, but he didn't expect to be sent to this strange place. Right now, I need to refine the things I obtained in the Thunder Celestial Realm as soon as possible to increase my strength. Only then will the path to leave be smoother. Wang Lin pondered and slapped his bag of holding. A leather armor immediately appeared in his hand. This leather armor was very rough and there were some runes on it. Holding the leather armor, Wang Lin gently rubbed it with his left hand. Ancient God leather armor. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then threw the armor into the air. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out essence origin energy. A white flame suddenly appeared and surrounded the ancient God leather armor. The armor didn't change at all, but not only did Wang Lin not stop, he spat out even more essence origin energy. It was very likely that the previous owner of this ancient God leather armor was the unfettered one. Even though he died, his cultivation was obviously extremely formidable all those years ago. Even if he'd lost his existence, he still had a trace of an independent yet damaged divine sense on the ancient God leather armor. If this leather armor is given another tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid that the damaged primordial spirit on it will awaken on its own and produce another consciousness. From then on, it will become the artifact spirit of this ancient God leather armor. At Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could see some of the essence. Although not all treasure spirits were created this way, most of them were created this way. The essence origin energy surrounded the ancient God leather armor. Time slowly passed. This was a very slow process. After all, the owner of the ancient God leather armor was far more powerful than the current Wang Lin. Although it was only a broken soul fragment, it couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, after countless years of evolution, this soul fragment had developed into something more powerful than a treasure spirit. Although this artifact spirit is precious, if I do not drive it away, this ancient God leather armor will never truly belong to me. Instead, it will belong to the artifact spirit. This is just like the Rain Celestial Sword. Its true owner can only be the spirit within it. Also, this treasure spirit is only the soul of a celestial, so it conflicts with the ancient God leather armor. Although countless years of evolution have allowed them to slowly fuse together, it is still not enough. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He closed his eyes and made up his mind to erase the treasure spirit that hadn't yet formed its own consciousness. Several days passed in a flash. On this day, a cloud of blue mist appeared on the ancient God leather armor that was refined by the essence origin energy before Wang Lin. The mist seemed to be in great pain, but it was forced out by Wang Lin's essence origin energy. Strands of threads connected the mist to the ancient god leather armor. The moment they were pulled apart, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he raised his right hand and mercilessly chopped down. The heavenly chop was used. What he chopped down was law and the last trace of connection between the treasure spirit and the ancient god leather armor. With a crackling sound, the thread broke and the black fog flew into the sky. Just at this moment, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the 1,000,000,000 soul flag came out. It turned into black fog and devoured the black fog. The ancient god leather armor quietly floated before Wang Lin. After collecting the mist, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and his divine sense spread out. He left his own imprint on the ancient god leather armor. This imprint was very deep, and the moment it entered the ancient god leather armor, the armor released an ancient aura. This aura was so strong that it almost instantly spread out and formed a huge vortex. In an instant, a vortex appeared on the plane where Wang Lin was. In the center of this vortex was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was motionless. He clearly felt a familiar aura surround him the moment his divine sense imprinted on the armor. This familiar aura came from the leather armor. It was very familiar, very intimate. It was as if a wanderer who had been away for many years had suddenly met his family. This was what Wang Lin felt, but at the same time, it was what the ancient god leather armor felt to Wang Lin. This feeling was mutual. The ancient god leather armor didn't need Wang Lin to summon it. It immediately closed in and entered Wang Lin's chest. Wang Lin didn't reject it. Instead, he slowly felt the familiar feeling of the armor entering his body. The ancient god leather armor completely fused with Wang Lin's body and disappeared. The ancient god leather armor wrapped around his origin soul and wrapped it around his origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He took a deep breath and his right hand pointed to between his eyebrows. There was a flash of light and his origin soul flew out. The ancient god leather armor was almost invisible to the ancient god thunder dragon origin soul, but Wang Lin could clearly feel that the defense of his origin soul had reached a terrifying level. Unfortunately, I can't test how strong it can withstand, but it shouldn't be weak. Wang Lin's origin soul moved and returned to his body. After refining the ancient god leather armor, Wang Lin didn't stop. He opened his mouth, and a ray of golden light flew out. It flashed in the air and turned into a golden lock. This lock was completely golden and gave off a bright light. Wang Lin remembered that this was something he stole from a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple when he broke into the transfer array. The origin soul of the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was still inside the 1,000,000,000 soul flag. This person had said that he would trade a great treasure for his life. Looking at the golden lock, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. After being refined by his origin soul for so long, Wang Lin easily erased the divine sense imprint on it. The golden lock immediately dimmed and fell into Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the golden lock in his hand and muttered to himself, "Although this item is not bad, compared to the Wither Dao pair, it is far inferior. However, the spell that seals others is very interesting." Wang Lin activated his origin energy, and his right hand mercilessly crushed the golden lock. Chapter 8:13. The golden lock collapsed and the golden light immediately dissipated. It turned into countless fragments that scattered around Wang Lin's hand and fell to the ground. There was only a drop of golden liquid left in Wang Lin's hand. Under the control of Wang Lin's origin energy, he crushed the treasure without harming the golden liquid at all. If the previous owner of this treasure, the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, saw this, he would have gasped and his heart would ache. When the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple obtained this treasure, although he didn't value it that much, he still used it often. If he had to crush it himself, he wouldn't have been willing to do so. Although the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple knew that there was something inside the treasure that caused the sealing spell, he didn't have the courage to destroy the treasure to take it. In truth, not only him, but any yin and yang cultivator would feel heartache when they saw Wang Lin's actions. After all, if he really destroyed the treasure, the item he obtained would have no effect, or if its value couldn't be compared to the complete treasure, then this kind of behavior would be stupid. If there was a cultivator in the first step who saw Wang Lin's actions, they wouldn't just feel heartache, they would be shocked, extremely shocked. It has to be said that if this kind of treasure was placed in the hands of the Suzaku from 700 to 800 years ago, it would have caused a crazy fight for it. Even the son of Rosefinch would have participated. Unknowingly, Wang Lin, who had cultivated for 1,000 years, had reached this level. He could crush a treasure like this just to see the spell sealed inside. After 1,000 years of cultivation, what Wang Lin had grown was not only his cultivation level, but also his vision and temperament. There weren't many things that could catch his eye. Even if there were low-quality treasures, they were treasures that contained special feelings or had accompanied him for 1,000 years. No matter how weak a treasure that caught the attention of the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was, it had to be a celestial treasure. However, at this moment it was easily crushed by Wang Lin. Even if it was destroyed, he would not feel heartache. As he stared at the golden liquid between his fingers, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. A crack suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, and his third eye instantly appeared. At the same time, a red light spread out in the shape of a fan, enveloping the golden liquid between his fingers. Under his third eye, the golden liquid slowly dissipated, shedding its essence. However, this wasn't very fast. After getting used to it, Wang Lin's third eye dimmed a bit. However, only half of the golden liquid had dissipated. It's strange that this thing can persist for so long under the third eye. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and the origin energy in his body rapidly circulated. He didn't hesitate to use up all of his origin energy and poured it into his third eye. The speed at which the golden liquid dissipated increased. After a while, as Wang Lin used this spell with all his strength, the golden liquid dissipated and turned into countless golden threads that intertwined with each other to form a very complicated golden rune. This rune only appeared for 3 breaths of time before collapsing and completely disappearing. There was nothing left between Wang Lin's fingers. Rune. Wang Lin pondered. He slapped his bag of holding and the celestial brush appeared. He waved it in the air and began to draw. A moment later, a rune appeared before Wang Lin. This rune was exactly the same as the golden thread. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After this rune appeared, there was no aura coming from it. It looked very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. Wang Lin frowned, but his expression immediately changed. He stared at the rune and then slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense spread out, and his eyes suddenly opened with a hint of shock. I can't detect it with my divine sense. Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. He raised his left hand and pointed at the rune. Under Wang Lin's control, the rune flew toward the mosquito beast circling in the sky. The mosquito beast was happily flying when all the hair on its body stood up. It lowered its head and was about to dodge. However, with Wang Lin's words of comfort, it hesitated and didn't move. It only stared at the rapidly closing rune. The rune flashed and landed on the mosquito beast's body. It immediately shattered into a golden liquid that surrounded the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast continued to struggle, and only broke free after a while. It looked at Wang Lin with an aggrieved expression and let out a few cries. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he used the celestial brush just now, he only used 10% of his origin energy. Even so, this newly learned rune could still display such power. If he used all his origin energy to draw this rune, its power would increase several-fold. The true power of this treasure is this rune. Inside a treasure, the rune's power is limited, so it can't be used to its full potential. However, I can directly draw its origin, so its power is naturally different. Wang Lin put away the celestial brush. After pondering for a bit, he analyzed the reason. If it was anyone else, unless they had a great spell like the third eye that could see the origin, even if they took out the golden liquid, they would only be able to sigh. This is the first time I've taken out a rune from a treasure. Its use is to seal, so I'll call it the seal rune. Wang Lin raised his right hand and drew a few more times. He memorized it deeply, and after making sure he wouldn't forget it, he put down his hand. Just at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Since this seal rune can be taken out from a treasure, then it can definitely be placed inside a treasure, so it has this kind of spell. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light and his heart began to beat faster. Most of my treasures are obtained from the outside world. I rarely make them myself. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a grain of sand. After it appeared, it immediately grew infinitely and instantly turned into a fragment hundreds of feet wide. Staring at the fragment, the strange light in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. This item is originally a fragment of the celestial realm that was refined during a calamity. It wasn't even destroyed by Celestial Master Shimizu's attack. In terms of strength, it has reached a certain level. However, as a treasure, it isn't complete. When it smashed down, it was only because of the pressure from the celestial spiritual energy that people were trapped and unable to escape. In truth, this item isn't very powerful. It can't compare to a powerful treasure like the Wither Dao Duo, and it can't compare to the third chariot. Wang Lin once again took out the celestial brush and drew in the air. A moment later, a seal rune appeared. Now, I'll give this item the spell. A sealing spell. Wang Lin suddenly stood up and waved the celestial brush in his right hand. The seal that appeared immediately landed on the fragment and fused with it. Wang Lin didn't stop. Instead, he flew into the air and continued to draw with the celestial brush in his right hand. One seal rune after another appeared and landed on the fragment. Wang Lin gradually moved faster and faster. His body turned into a blur as he circled around the fragment stamp. In the end, he moved so fast that he was like a bolt of lightning, causing thunderous rumbles to echo across the area. After Wang Lin familiarized himself with the seal runes, he went from drawing one at a time to more than 10 seal runes that fused with the fragment. During this process, Wang Lin didn't know what fatigue was. He didn't stop at all. At this moment, there was only the fragment left in his eyes. He continued to draw runes and fuse them with the fragment. Wang Lin had already left countless seal runes on the fragment. The fragment slowly turned a faint gold color. It gave off a faint gold light, but Wang Lin didn't stop. He continued to move like lightning and fuse the seal runes on the fragment. After 3 large steps, Wang Lin's body flickered and he immediately sat down to cultivate. His face was a bit pale. During these 3 large steps, he had used countless amounts of origin energy. Even with his cultivation level, it was a bit hard for him to bear. The 1,000-foot-long fragment had already shrunk to about 80 feet. Although it was still a faint golden color, it was now a bit darker. After resting for a few hours, Wang Lin opened his eyes and began to draw runes again. As time passed, after Wang Lin had rested 7 times, the fragment had shrunk to 500 feet, 400 feet, 300 feet, and in the end, it was only 100 feet wide. The golden light it emitted was even more intense. From a distance, it looked like a golden sun, shining with endless light. Looking at the treasure, Wang Lin's exhaustion was swept away and replaced with excitement. He took a deep breath, rested a bit, and then flew out again. This time, he refined 5 of them. After the 5, Wang Lin landed on the ground, his face pale and bloodless. He staggered a bit, but the excitement in his eyes had reached a peak. From now on, this will be a treasure crafted by me, Wang Lin. It will be named the Celestial Sealing Stamp. Wang Lin's voice echoed out across the land. In front of him was a 3-inch stamp that emitted a blinding, golden light. If a mortal looked at it, their eyes would be pierced, as if the golden light would enter their brains and destroy them. Even if a cultivator's cultivation level wasn't high enough, just looking at it would cause their mind to tremble. They would feel pain in their bodies, as if they were being pierced by countless swords. Even someone with a high cultivation level would feel like their origin soul was being sealed when they saw it. The 3-inch seal emitted a brilliant golden light with a strong fluctuation of immortal force that spread wildly. There was also a powerful sealing aura surrounding it. This seal was the result of more than a month of continuous carving by Wang Lin. According to Wang Lin's rough calculations, there were no less than 600,000 sealing runes on it. More than 600,000 sealing runes fused into the fragment, forcing it to become 3 inches long. The power contained within it filled Wang Lin with confidence. He looked at the celestial sealing stamp, and his eyes lit up. His hands formed a seal, and he placed more restrictions on the stamp. Gradually, the celestial spiritual energy on the stamp was covered up, and even the sealing power was mostly covered up. A moment later, the immeasurably powerful treasure that would shake the cultivation world, the celestial sealing stamp, was born. This looks more like the image of a magical treasure in my heart. Wang Lin looked at the celestial sealing stamp, which looked like an ordinary magical treasure, and his eyes lit up. Finally, I'm done with my work, and there's nothing left to do. Thank you everyone for your support. There's nothing more to say. Ask for a monthly vote. Chapter 8:14. He opened his mouth and swallowed. The celestial sealing stamp turned into a weak, golden light and entered Wang Lin's mouth. It was refined by the power of thunder inside his origin soul. If this thing stays inside my origin soul for a long time, it will be contaminated with some of the power of thunder. After swallowing the celestial sealing stamp, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and 3 small, purple flags flew out. These 3 flags were wrapped together and there were flashes of restrictions on them. Back then, the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was sealed by Wang Lin along with these 3 small flags. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and the restrictions on the 3 flags disappeared. The moment they completely disappeared, the origin soul of the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple rushed out. It was filled with fear and was about to teleport away. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He slapped his bag of holding and the soul flag flew out. It turned into a large amount of black fog and immediately devoured the origin soul of the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple screamed and struggled inside the black fog. Fellow cultivator, don't kill me. I'll use a great treasure to exchange for my life, a great treasure. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he slowly said, What great treasure? The origin soul of the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple immediately said, Luo Tian Stone. I know where to find the Luo Tian Stone. If fellow cultivator promises to let me go, I'll immediately take you there. Wang Lin's expression was expressionless as he looked at the origin soul. His right hand formed a seal and the black fog immediately devoured the origin soul and sealed it inside the soul flag. Luo Tian Stone. Wang Lin pondered a bit and no longer thought about this matter. His gaze fell on the 3 small flags in the air. He reached out and the 3 small flags landed in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of origin energy to erase the divine sense imprint on the flags. After imprinting his own divine sense on them, Wang Lin began to carefully ponder them. This is a rare defensive artifact. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and threw out the 3 small flags. With a thought, the 3 small flags immediately began to spin around his body. A moment later, a purple mist vortex appeared. The power it emitted had a certain degree of protection. The Yuan power in Wang Lin's body circulated, surging out of his body and into the purple vortex. In an instant, a drastic change occurred. The speed of the purple mist vortex instantly increased by several times. Not only that, the mist became even thicker. As it spread, it seemed to have enveloped Wang Lin's entire body, completely surrounding him. 3 breaths later, the mist dissipated. Wang Lin made a curling motion with his right hand, collecting the 3 flags and placing them back into his bag of holding. This treasure is quite powerful. Wang Lin patted his storage pouch and 2 yellow paper talismans appeared in his hand. Even now, Wang Lin still couldn't see through the use of these 2 talismans. After carefully looking at them, Wang Lin put them away. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. His expression was extremely serious as his divine sense spread out to cover the surrounding 5 kilometers. After making sure there were no clues, he slapped his bag of holding. There was a flash of golden light and celestial spiritual energy filled the area. A palm-sized pavilion appeared in Wang Lin's palm. Staring at the item in his hand, even now, Wang Lin's heart still beat faster. His heart pounded as he stared at the pavilion. If I were to talk about my biggest gain in the Thunder Celestial Realm, it would be this collection pavilion. Wang Lin licked his lips. Ever since he obtained this, he hadn't dared to take it out. After all, this treasure was simply too precious. How many celestial spells are there in total? There was a hint of excitement in Wang Lin's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. With my cultivation level, I can only enter the 4th floor. Even though the white-robed female corpse entered the 9th floor, I can't break the restriction to obtain the celestial spells inside. Moreover, this item is too precious, so there might be a restriction on the number of times I can enter it. Right now, this place isn't completely safe, so I can't casually study it. Wang Lin suppressed the desire in his heart, took a deep breath, and carefully put the collection pavilion into his bag of holding. However, after a bit of hesitation, he took it out again. He used the rune he learned in the past to make the collection pavilion shrink until it was the size of a fingernail. Then he took out an empty bag of holding and put the collection pavilion inside. He opened his shirt, cut his chest, and inserted the bag of holding into his flesh. Then he cycled his origin energy and the wound quickly healed. This way, no one will know where the collection pavilion is. Wang Lin touched his chest and revealed a smile. He still had several bags of holding on him, and they were all filled with celestial jades. The amount of celestial jades was simply too large, and they were all obtained in the Thunder Celestial Realm. After nearly 2 months of time, Wang Lin organized his harvest from the Thunder Celestial Realm. It is time to leave. Wang Lin stood up and jumped into the air. The mosquito beast let out a cheerful roar as it flew over. It carried Wang Lin under its body and charged toward the buildings in the distance. The thunder toad on the ground rolled its eyes and leaped into the air. The ground trembled as it followed the mosquito beast down below. Just as they closed in on the chosen Immortal Clan's residence, Wang Lin's expression became serious. He saw that all the members of the chosen Immortal Clan were kneeling in a large square. Even the children and women were there. At the center of the square, there was a 30-foot-tall wooden statue with a person lying on it. It was Ta Shan. Ta Shan's face was ashen and his eyes were dim. It was as if he could die at any moment. A dense death aura surrounded his body, indicating that he was on the verge of death. Seeing this, Wang Lin silently pondered. 2 months ago, Wang Lin saw that Ta Shan was like a dried-up oil lamp. The slave symbol on Ta Shan's body was very powerful. This kind of slave symbol was passed down from his bloodline and couldn't be resisted. Ta Shan could be said to be the first person to rebel, but the price was the backlash from the symbol on his body. It was impossible for him to continue living. He had persisted for 2 months, but today, he had reached the end and could no longer survive. Beside Ta Shan, the chosen Immortal Clan ancestor's face was filled with sorrow as he stared at Ta Shan. 2 lines of tears flowed down his face. The old man softly said, "Grandson?" He hadn't called Ta Shan by this name for a very long time. The surroundings were completely silent, but there was a powerful sense of sadness. All of the clan members looked at Ta Shan with sadness in their silence. Ta Shan, whispers came from the mouths of the chosen immortal clan members one by one. These voices gradually fused together to form one word. This was the only voice in the hearts of the entire chosen immortal clan. Ta Shan. In their hearts, Ta Shan was the hero of the chosen immortal clan. When no one could resist the slave symbol, only Ta Shan, with his unyielding attitude, proved to everyone that the slave symbol wasn't invincible, although the price of resistance was his life. Tashan's mind was already in a trance at this moment. His dim eyes looked at the sky. Vaguely, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood, listening to his clansmen constantly talking in his ears. The Celestials are the lords of our clan. Every member of our chosen immortal clan must dedicate their lives to the Celestials. This is our mission and our pride. We are the messengers of the Celestials in this world. This is our glory. Tears flowed down from the corners of Ta Shan's eyes. He hated this world for being unfair, hated all the Celestials. Wang Lin's body fell from the sky, and he silently stood at the edge of the square. The old man looked at Ta Shan and fiercely clenched his teeth. He suddenly turned around and looked at the surrounding clan members. With an ancient voice, he loudly said, "Fellow clan members, Ta Shan is right. We have guarded this place for generations, but what did we get in return? It was the fog beast that killed so many of our clan members. All of this was caused by the Celestials. In the eyes of the Celestials, we were only food to feed the fog beast." The surroundings were completely silent as all of the clan members silently looked at the old man. There was a force brewing and accumulating inside their bodies. Ta Shan once told me that the Celestials no longer exist, and that the celestial realm from back then has collapsed. After I heard this, I kept it a secret and didn't tell any of my clan members. However, today I'm going to say it. The old man's eyes revealed a strange light. This was a gaze filled with madness. After he spoke, all of the surrounding clan members went into an uproar. This news shocked them greatly, and the force brewing inside their bodies rapidly increased. "Benefactor, am I right?" The old man's gaze fell on Wang Lin in the distance. At this instant, everyone looked at Wang Lin, waiting for his answer. Ever since Wang Lin killed the Celestial 2 months ago, the old man had been saying the word benefactor. Wang Lin silently pondered. After a moment, he nodded and slowly said, "The celestial realm has collapsed, and the Celestials no longer exist. Even if they do exist, they are extremely rare. The celestial realm has collapsed, and the Celestials have treated our clan like this. Why shouldn't we resist? Even if we die, we must die with dignity, just like Ta Shan." The old man roared in excitement. His voice was ancient and contained a force that could penetrate the souls of the surrounding clan members. The clan members all looked up, and their eyes shined brightly. This was a gaze of resistance, a determination that they would rather die than become someone else's slave or become food for the fog beast. "Resist!" One of the clan members clenched his fists and whispered. After him, more and more voices echoed. "Resist! Resist!" The voices rose and fell, and in the end it almost formed a storm. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at Ta Shan. After a long time, he softly said, "I can make sure he doesn't die." Although his voice was soft, when it landed in the ears of the surrounding chosen immortal clan members, especially the old man, his body trembled and his eyes were filled with excitement. He took a few steps forward and stopped 100 feet away from Wang Lin. He knelt on the ground, tears flowed down his face, and said in a trembling voice, "Benefactor, is this true?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, "I'm 50% sure. However, once my spell succeeds, although Ta Shan won't die, he will become a puppet without consciousness. Whether or not he can recover will depend on himself." Chapter 8:15. As the old man pondered, Ta Shan, who was on high wood, weakly said, "I'm willing." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he arrived next to high wood. He looked at Ta Shan, who was lying on top of high wood with most of his bones broken and on the verge of death. There were no longer any tattoos on his body. All of the tattoos had entered his body and became the killers that would cause Ta Shan's death. Wang Lin calmly said, "This spell requires the person being refined to have a firm belief and be completely willing. There can't be any hesitation, or else the spell will fail." Ta Shan revealed a miserable smile and weakly said, "There is no need to say any more. I'm willing." Wang Lin no longer wasted any time. He grabbed Ta Shan and flew away. Far away, under the gazes of everyone on the ground, Wang Lin sent out a message. "Don't disturb me for 3 months." The old man stared at where Wang Lin disappeared to with a complicated expression. However, in the end, he clenched his teeth, turned around and said, "In 3 months, no matter what happens to Ta Shan, we will attack the mysterious Yin furnace and leave this place." Wang Lin brought Ta Shan back to the place where he refined the treasure. He placed Ta Shan on the side and spat out a mouthful of origin energy to surround Ta Shan. Then he slapped his bag of holding and the 1,000,000,000 soul flag appeared in his hand. With a shake of his hand, an item flew out. This was another heavenly ghost that Wang Lin had obtained in the Thunder Celestial Realm. The moment the heavenly ghost appeared, it struggled, but Wang Lin's right hand pointed at it and the Karma Whip appeared. He lashed out several times, causing the heavenly ghost to let out miserable cries. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he took out another bag of holding. He waved his hand and a large amount of celestial jades appeared and surrounded the area. This wasn't the end. After pondering a bit, he took out more than 10 skulls. These skulls all had complex tattoos flashing between their eyebrows. They were the skulls of the forsaken immortal clan ancestors that he had obtained from Suzaku. Ta Shan calmly said, "I'll use the celestial jades to nourish your body, the heavenly ghost soul to help you form a soul, and the ancestral skulls of your ancestors to help you perfect your tattoo power. Ta Shan, I'll gift you a great fortune." Wang Lin looked at Ta Shan, who was being refined by his origin energy, and calmly said, "If you still can't succeed, then it's because you're not lucky enough and not my fault." In a flash, more than 2 months passed. On this day, a loud rumble came from the plane Wang Lin was on. This rumble was so loud that even the chosen immortal clan members inside the buildings could hear it, and they quickly flew out. The person in the lead was none other than the old man. At this moment, his face was haggard, as if years had passed during the past 2 months, causing him to look even older. The plane Wang Lin was on was currently covered in dust. A 20-foot-tall man walked out of the dust. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble, as if there was a thunderous rumble. This burly man had thick eyebrows and his body gave off a golden glow. He looked like a giant. There were no runes on his body, but there was an extremely complicated rune between his eyebrows. Even if one were to look at it, one would be dazzled by the rune. The complexity of this tattoo was beyond imagination. The burly man's eyes were filled with intelligence as he walked out of the dust. Behind the giant, Wang Lin slowly walked out. There was a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. He looked at the back of the burly man and revealed a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, I can only reach the peak of the corporeal yang stage and can't break through to the nirvana scryer stage." Wang Lin's body moved. When he reappeared, he was standing on the burly man's shoulder. The burly man walked toward the chosen immortal clan. "I didn't expect to consume a large amount of celestial jade. Not only did Ta Shan's body recover, it also doubled in size. Especially the heavenly ghost. If it wasn't for it, I fear it would have failed at the second stage." Wang Lin stood on the burly man's shoulder and began to ponder. The celestial guardian succeeded twice, and both times they merged with the heavenly ghost. I wonder if there is any connection. Could it be that the heavenly ghost can increase the success rate? While pondering, the burly man under Wang Lin's feet moved even faster. He moved hundreds of feet with each step like a gust of wind as he charged into the distance. In addition, The skulls of the forsaken immortal clan ancestors were also strange. When they merged with the skulls, they fused with each other and formed a tattoo. The members of the chosen immortal clan flew over and looked at the burly man in shock. The old man was especially excited as he flew over and said, "Ta Shan." The burly man's expression was cold, and he didn't even look at the old man. When he heard Wang Lin's voice, he stopped and remained motionless. Wang Lin's body flickered and he landed on the ground. "Benefactor, Ta Shan, I said before that I'm not sure if his consciousness will recover after I succeed. Perhaps with time, he will recover a bit," Wang Lin calmly said. He didn't lie. He didn't erase Ta Shan's consciousness. It was crushed and stored inside the Celestial Guardian. The old man was startled, and was about to ask more when Wang Lin interrupted him. "He had been here for too long. Go open the gate to the altar. I want to leave." Wang Lin's tone was unquestionable. The old man stared at Ta Shan before withdrawing his gaze and respectfully nodded. Wang Lin took a step forward and charged toward the entrance of the altar. Along the way, he put the thunder frog and mosquito beast into his bag of holding. Ta Shan followed closely behind him. The old man let out a sigh and also flew out. All the members of the chosen immortal clan followed behind them. As they passed by the buildings, many women walked out of their rooms. They were accompanied by children as they blended into the group of clansmen and headed towards the altar. Soon, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the altar. The old man didn't wait for Wang Lin's order and immediately stepped forward. His hand formed a seal, and the plant between his eyebrows flew out and landed on the gate. With a rumble, the gate slowly rose and soon opened completely. At the instant the door opened, a piercing sound shot out from within. That sound was incredibly sharp, and it sounded as if sharp swords were shooting out from within. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slapped his bag of holding. 3 small, purple flags flew out and quickly rotated around him, forming a purple vortex. The moment the sharp sound entered the vortex, it was shattered and dissipated. "Ta Shan, destroy the spirit!" As Wang Lin shouted, Ta Shan's eyes shined brightly and he charged into the gate. His expression was cold as he threw a punch. The power of this punch was several times stronger than before he became a celestial guard. He swung his fists, creating loud bangs that turned into a sonic boom that reverberated in the passageway behind the gate. The scattered black fog in the passageway immediately retreated, as if it was being blown away by a strong gust of wind. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. This time, he had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to leave. As he strode forward, he was like a bolt of lightning as he charged through the door and down the passageway. The members of the chosen immortal clan also walked in with determination in their eyes. A moment later, Wang Lin arrived at the end of the passage, where the mysterious furnace was. After arriving, he immediately saw the shadow of a woman formed by the black fog. She rapidly rotated around Ta Shan and let out sharp screams. Ta Shan's expression was neutral. He was a celestial guard, so his origin soul had already collapsed into his body. At this moment, he didn't care about the sharp screams at all. Even though the screams could injure his body, with the strength of his body, it didn't affect him at all. As for Wang Lin, his origin soul was protected by the ancient god leather armor. The moment the screams that could injure his origin soul touched his origin soul, it collapsed on its own. The moment the shadow of the woman around Ta Shan saw Wang Lin, she immediately gave up on Ta Shan and charged at Wang Lin. Before the shadow even arrived, a storm-like screams echoed as if they were going to tear Wang Lin apart. As Wang Lin sneered, his hand formed a seal and the 3 small flags around him flew out. They formed a large, purple vortex that resisted the incoming sound wave. At the same time, Wang Lin retreated and arrived on top of the mysterious furnace. Similarly, Ta Shan also closed in. He had the same thought as Wang Lin, so he threw a punch at the mysterious furnace. This punch was Ta Shan's most powerful attack since he became a celestial guard. Although he had become a celestial guard, he still retained some of his instincts. The hatred he had accumulated for the mysterious furnace for countless years erupted with this punch. The extremely complex rune between his eyebrows flickered as if it was alive. It directly appeared and fused with Ta Shan's fist. This punch even produced the fluctuations of a spell. A thunderous rumble echoed. This sound was so loud that it caused countless rocks and dust to fall. It was as if the entire altar was going to collapse. With a series of cracking sounds, a large amount of cracks appeared on the mysterious furnace like a spider web. Just at this moment, the shadow of the woman blocked by the purple gas from the 3 small flags let out a crazy scream and desperately rushed over to stop Ta Shan. After Ta Shan's fist landed, he didn't hesitate to throw another punch. With a bang, the mysterious cauldron shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. A thick cloud of black gas came out of the cauldron and spread out in a ring. However, it quickly shrank and disappeared into the small transfer array, as if it had been sucked away. What was sucked away was the shadow of the woman that had gone around the vortex. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the transfer array and shouted, "Su Ligua, why haven't you come back yet?" Among the surrounding chosen immortal clan members, one of them trembled and black gas flew out from between his eyebrows. It turned into Su Ligua, and he immediately flew toward Wang Lin with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. After Wang Lin, Ta Shan also stepped out and disappeared without a trace. The surroundings were completely silent, with only a large amount of dust falling from above. It was clear that the altar could collapse at any moment. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan looked back at the clan members behind him. Then he stepped into the transfer array and disappeared. After him, all of the clan members stepped into the transfer array one by one. They had left the place where they had lived and protected for generations. Inside the nether beast's body, there was a large formation. This formation was formed from dark red blood. It floated in the void and black gas came out from the blood. The gas entered the crystal coffin at the center of the formation. There was a corpse inside the coffin. This corpse was that of a man. He was very handsome and looked about 20 years old. He was lying inside the coffin as if he was sleeping. The black gas absorbed by the formation continued to enter the coffin and was absorbed by the man. Floating cross-legged in the void outside of the spell formation was a person wearing a black robe. The robe covered his entire body, making it impossible to see anything other than his head. His eyes were closed as he meditated, as if he had been there for an eternity, guarding the crystal coffin within the spell formation. Just at this moment, the man in black suddenly opened his eyes. He stared into the distance and muttered, "He really came. Unfortunately, I can't destroy the formation with my current power, or else I wouldn't have to worry." His eyes lit up and there was a flash of black light on his body. A moment later, a shadow flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a human figure 100 feet away. This human figure gradually condensed into an avatar that looked exactly the same as the man in black. The avatar opened his eyes and waved his right hand. A blue robe appeared and he moved his body a bit before flying off into the distance. The man in black didn't stop and continued to cast spells. A moment later, avatars appeared one after another. Including the one from before, there were a total of 5 avatars that charged into the distance. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the man in black, there was a flash of 5-colored light that formed a giant vortex. Wang Lin walked out and beside him, Su Ligua floated out like a ghost. Ta Shan followed closely behind and also walked out of the vortex. A moment later, the members of the chosen immortal clan appeared one by one from the vortex. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his divine sense spread out and he charged forward. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he saw a person quickly flying toward him. This person was wearing a blue robe. It was one of the avatars. So the one I killed before was only an avatar. The moment Wang Lin saw the man in blue, he immediately understood. Without hesitation, Ta Shan stepped out from behind him and threw a punch at the man in blue. The man in blue's expression was gloomy as his hand formed a seal. There was a flash of light and a lance appeared in his hand. He pointed at Ta Shan and the lance shot toward Ta Shan. Just at this moment, 4 figures closed in like rays of light. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and he charged out. At the same time, his right hand pointed forward. The beast bone tattoo on the back of his hand moved and the beast bone tattoo appeared. Master's Wither Dao pair. The moment the 5 avatars saw the beast bone, they exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. At this moment, even the eyes of the man in black sitting tens of thousands of kilometers away shined brightly. Chapter 8:16. The Wither Dao duo flashed and killing intent surrounded the avatar. The avatar fighting Ta Shan immediately retreated and gathered with the other 4 avatars. They all formed seals and began chanting complex spells. As the ghostly light flashed and killing intent filled the area, a curtain of light appeared around the 5 avatars. A moment later, the curtain of light turned gray and they immediately turned to stone. However, after they were completely petrified, cracks started to appear on the light screen. With a bang, the light screen shattered and the 5 avatars within turned pale. However, the shock in their eyes was extremely dense. Without any hesitation, the 5 avatars immediately retreated and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. He disappeared and appeared next to one of the avatars. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin spat out a ray of golden light. There was a 3-inch stamp inside the golden light, but the moment it appeared, it immediately grew. In the blink of an eye, it was 100 feet wide and smashed toward the avatar before Wang Lin. The aura from this 100-foot stamp was extremely shocking. It was as if time had frozen and the avatar's face was pale. All the power in his body was sealed by the stamp. In addition, he felt like he was facing the might of the heavens. In an instant, there was a thunderous rumble as the stamp fell. A miserable groan came out and the avatar's body collapsed. Just as the avatar's origin soul was about to escape, the golden light from the stamp suddenly brightened. It lit up the surrounding 10,000 feet area in a dazzling manner. It was as if the stamp had become the sun at this moment. A miserable scream came from the avatar's origin soul. His origin soul was pierced by the golden light and was surrounded by layers of seals. He couldn't escape at all and was sucked into the stamp. Not far away, the other 4 avatars were all shocked and were about to continue to retreat. Wang Lin grabbed the stamp and chased after them. The 4 avatars quickly escaped, but a moment later, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stopped and revealed a sneer. "You want to lead me away?" He gave up on chasing and sat down in the void. Ta Shan arrived and guarded the area. Wang Lin closed his eyes and his divine sense spread out. A few breaths later, he suddenly opened his eyes and charged in one direction. At this moment, the 4 escaping avatars changed directions and charged at Wang Lin. One of them was the fastest. When he was within 10,000 feet of Wang Lin, his eyes were filled with decisiveness. He suddenly burned his origin soul and body, causing his cultivation to increase like crazy and his speed to increase several-fold. In an instant, he was within 100 feet of Wang Lin and his body exploded. The power of the explosion of a peak corporeal yang cultivator was too powerful. A destructive force spread out and swept toward Wang Lin. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly retreated. He slapped his bag of holding and 3 small flags flew out. They quickly rotated and formed a purple gas. At the same time, Wang Lin took out the mountain and river painting screen. With a wave of his hand, everything around him turned into a mountain and river painting. The power of the corporeal yang avatar's explosion caused the painting to distort. Although a lot of the power had dissipated, there was still some that rushed in. After all, this wasn't the real mountain and river painting. After the purple vortex around Wang Lin dissipated some of the power of the explosion, a hole was opened. The destructive power charged in and landed on Wang Lin's body. It pierced through his body and went straight for his origin soul. Wang Lin quickly retreated. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Luckily, I have the ancient god leather armor. Otherwise, even if I don't die from this explosion, I would be seriously injured. At this moment, the other 3 avatars closed in. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness and decisiveness. They all chose to self-destruct. The destructive aura spread out and charged at Wang Lin. It was clear that they wouldn't stop until they killed Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He wouldn't let the same thing happen again. At this moment, not only did he not retreat, he charged out. He pointed with his right hand and the Wither Dao pair appeared. There was a flash of ghostly light from the beast bone and killing intent spread out. One of the avatars that was charging at Wang Lin immediately turned to stone. Wang Lin's figure was like lightning as he appeared. His 2 fingers formed a sword and pointed at the forehead of the petrified avatar. The avatar immediately turned into countless pieces of rock and collapsed. At this moment, the other 2 avatars closed in. The power of their self-destruction reached its peak. Ignite. In this moment of crisis, Wang Lin remained calm. He pointed to the side and used the celestial spell stop. The other avatar immediately stopped. Right at this moment, Ta Shan leaped out and instantly arrived by the side of the clone that had stopped moving. He grabbed the clone and ran off into the distance. There was a loud bang as the avatar self-destructed. The powerful force slammed into Ta Shan's body. His face turned pale and his body swayed, but he managed to endure it. After destroying 2 avatars, the last avatar was torn apart by the crazy power within its body. It formed a powerful storm that swept toward Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the celestial sealing stamp arrived under Wang Lin's control. It instantly grew to 1,000 feet tall. It didn't spread out horizontally, but stood before Wang Lin like a giant shield. A thunderous rumble echoed as the impact of the self-destruction landed on the 1,000-foot fragment, creating an unimaginable impact. Wang Lin's body was pushed back more than 30 steps before he finally stopped. The killing intent in his eyes had reached its limit. After the destructive force from the explosion passed, Wang Lin charged into the void like a burning meteor with killing intent. Behind him, Ta Shan followed closely. The Wither Dao duo floated above Wang Lin, and below Wang Lin was the celestial sealing stamp. According to the direction his divine sense had detected, it didn't take long for Wang Lin to cross tens of thousands of kilometers. As the killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes grew stronger, he saw the giant formation and the crystal coffin before him. He also saw the gloomy man in black hiding a hint of shock outside the formation. There was originally no wind in the void, but due to the impact of the celestial sealing stamp, there was a powerful gust of wind blowing. As the wind blew, the man in black's robe fluttered. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He could clearly see white bones under the black robe. Shockingly, this black-robed man was made up of bones, with the exception of his head. The explosion was over. The promise was fulfilled. Ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 8:17. The wind blew by and the corner of the black robe covered the black-robed man. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. His lips moved and a ray of black light flew out from between his eyebrows. The moment the black light appeared, it turned into a short sword and shot toward Wang Lin. The black-robed man's mouth didn't stop moving as he continued to speak. Rays of black light flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into short swords. In an instant, more than 10 short swords appeared and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body didn't move at all. From his view, the black-robed man's cultivation level was very high and definitely not at the yin and yang stage. However, it was obvious that this person only had his head and the rest of his body was just bones. As a result, no matter how high his cultivation level was, he couldn't display his full strength. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The black-robed man's cultivation level was no higher than early-stage Nirvana Scryer. As the dozen or so short swords closed in, Wang Lin's heart moved and Celestial Guard Ta Shan jumped out. The injuries from before were nothing to him. At this moment, his eyes lit up and his body gave off a dense, golden glow. As he stepped out, he threw a punch. With this punch, a vortex immediately appeared. The dozen or so short swords were immediately drawn in by the vortex. However, the swords charged out with a whistling sound and stabbed into Ta Shan's body like spirit snakes. Popping sounds echoed. Ta Shan's expression was cold as he swung his fists. Every time his fists landed on the short swords, they would be forced back. Even when the short swords dodged and stabbed into his body, they couldn't cause much damage to him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged out. He pointed at the withered Dao pair and its eyes lit up. It flew toward the black-robed man before Wang Lin. At the same time, the ghostly light from the beast bone's eyes became even more intense and a powerful killing intent filled the area. The moment the killing intent filled the area, a gray light appeared on the black-robed man's body. The man in black had a complicated look in his eyes. He let out a long sigh as if he was talking to himself. It's been many years since I've seen Master's magic treasure under the black robe. He lifted his hand. At this moment, the ghastly white bones looked extremely terrifying. He formed a seal with his finger, and the gray light that was spreading over his body suddenly stopped. Not only did it not continue to spread, but it quickly retreated and disappeared in an instant. The moment the gray light dissipated, the black-robed man's lips moved and a ray of white light appeared between his brows. It turned into a white feather fan, and the moment the fan appeared, it began to flap. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose, and there was even the rumbling of thunder within it. In an instant, it formed a violent thunderstorm that went straight for Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. The celestial sealing stamp behind him immediately flew into the air and mercilessly smashed down. It formed a mysterious sealing force and charged at the black-robed man. At the same time, Wang Lin retreated. As the thunderstorm closed in on him, his ancient thunder dragon origin soul opened its mouth and devoured it. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's body retreated once more. All of the thunder was devoured by his origin soul, and when it returned to his body, his face was slightly red. Large amounts of thunder were moving around his body, causing large amounts of thunder to scatter. At this moment, the black-robed man's expression was extremely serious. The celestial sealing stamp above him was like the might of the heavens, as if it was going to crush the earth. Bursts of popping sounds echoed under the black-robed man's black robe. He revealed a ferocious expression as his black robe moved. He raised his hands, formed a seal, and shouted, "Ding Tian!" At the instant the black-robed man raised his hands, strands of strange power gathered madly in the air within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. That strange power was like invisible wisps of smoke, and when they gathered, it was as if there was a vortex between the black-robed man's hands that was sucking them in. In almost an instant, it gathered in the black-robed man's hands. The ferocious expression on the black-robed man's face became even stronger and he mercilessly pushed up. A loud bang echoed across the world. The chosen immortal clan members that were rushing over all stopped. Their bodies trembled as if they had been hit by a powerful shockwave. They all retreated, and some of the weaker ones bled from their orifices. The celestial sealing stamp trembled and suddenly stopped descending. The black-robed man's face was slightly pale. At this moment, the moment Wang Lin stopped, he immediately charged out. His right hand slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Wang Lin chopped down. Heavenly chop! The black-robed man's eyes narrowed and black light gathered in his eyes. At the moment the heavenly chop closed in, 2 rays of black light shot out from his eyes and landed on the heavenly chop. With a bang, the power of the heavenly chop dissipated. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and cold. "Only this much cultivation? You don't even have the strength to make me move. If that's the case, then you aren't qualified to have my teacher's treasure." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stared at the black-robed man. His right hand pointed at the sky and he softly said, "Unseal." Crackling sounds came from the celestial sealing stamp in the sky. A ray of golden light shot out, and then another ray of golden light appeared. Almost in an instant, rays of golden light flashed crazily on the celestial sealing stamp. In an instant, the originally dim celestial sealing stamp suddenly changed. Golden light shined brightly, and it looked like a sun hanging in the sky. An endless pressure spread out like crazy. Countless golden runes appeared and disappeared on the celestial sealing stamp. There were too many of them, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he softly said, "Descend." In the blink of an eye, the celestial sealing stamp smashed down again. This time, no matter what kind of spell it used, it could not stop its descent. It was so fast that it felt like the sky was collapsing. The black-robed man's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and shouted, "10 dragons cauldron heaven." As he shouted, the black light at the center of his brows grew thicker and turned into 10 black dragons. The tails of the 10 black dragons were connected to the center of the man in black's brows. As they floated in the air, dragon roars echoed in the air. The 10 black dragons looked as if they had gone mad and charged straight at the descending celestial sealing stamp. Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises reverberated in the surroundings as the 10 black dragons crazily rammed against it. However, they were unable to stop the immortal sealing seal at all. Every time they collided, the black dragons would receive a powerful backlash, and their bodies would be ruthlessly bounced back. In the end, the 10 black dragons' roars were extremely intense, and their bodies were even more reckless as they collided with each other. However, they still couldn't stop the celestial sealing stamp. Seeing that the stamp was about to descend and was less than 100 feet from the black-robed man, the black-robed man's expression became gloomy and he suddenly stood up. This was the first time he had stood up in the countless years he had been here. The black robe spread out and covered his entire body. It was as if his entire body was covered by the black robe, only his head was exposed. His black hair fluttered and his eyes became cold. He let out a cold snort and his body floated forward to leave the place where the celestial sealing stamp was smashing down. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Just as the black-robed man was about to leave, Wang Lin coldly said, "Seal." The golden light on the immortal sealing stamp suddenly disappeared, completely shrinking back. The world immediately darkened, but at this instant, an even more dazzling golden light suddenly appeared once again. Countless golden runes appeared on the celestial sealing stamp. They seemed to be endless and rapidly spread out. In an instant, the surrounding 10,000 feet were covered in golden runes. The black-robed man's expression was extremely gloomy. He raised his foot and was about to step out, but the golden runes suddenly shrank and gathered toward the black-robed man. At this moment, the surrounding 10,000 feet was filled with golden light and the runes rapidly gathered toward the black-robed man. In an instant, a layer of golden runes appeared around the black-robed man and began to seal him. For the first time, fear appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the celestial sealing stamp. As more and more runes gathered around him, he revealed a decisive gaze. The 10 black dragons that came out from between his eyebrows let out a fierce roar and the black light from his body became blinding. As a destructive force filled the area, the black-robed man shouted, "10 dragons shatter the sky." One of the 10 black dragons was covered in a dense black light. A moment later, its entire body was torn apart by the destructive power within its body. It formed a vortex and self-destructed. There was a shocking bang. The shockwave from the self-destruction of the black dragon caused the golden runes around the black-robed man to be pushed back a bit. Just at this moment, another black dragon self-destructed. At the same time, the remaining 8 black dragons also self-destructed. The shockwave from 10 black dragons self-destructing was unimaginable. All of the golden runes around the black-robed man were blown away like crazy. Even the celestial sealing stamp in the sky was blown away by the 10 dragons. Wang Lin quickly retreated. Ta Shan also gave up on fighting the short sword and arrived before Wang Lin. He opened his arms and used his 20-foot-tall body to block all the shockwave. The black-robed man's face was pale. His body flickered, and he finally walked out of the celestial sealing stamp. What a powerful treasure! Even in the celestial realm, this treasure is famous. The black-robed man's eyes lit up and he stepped out of the range of the celestial sealing stamp. In a flash, he charged toward the area above the celestial sealing stamp. As the 10 dragons collided, Ta Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and his expression dimmed. Wang Lin walked out from behind Ta Shan. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he held the celestial sword and charged toward the black-robed man. His speed was too fast. As he charged out, he raised the celestial sword and slashed down 10 times. The 10 heavenly slashes fused into one and charged toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man's speed didn't change as he charged toward the celestial sealing stamp. He didn't even look at Wang Lin, who was chasing after him. His right hand formed a seal, and a large amount of celestial spiritual energy gathered to form a celestial screen. This treasure is gathering dust in your hands. Why don't you give it to me? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. As the heavenly slashes were unleashed, he raised the celestial sword once more and slashed down another 10 times. He chased after the heavenly slashes and charged toward the celestial screen. There was a bang and the celestial screen trembled. Cracks appeared on it, but the second wave of the heavenly slashes collided with it. The celestial screen shattered and Wang Lin charged out. The moment he broke through the celestial screen, Wang Lin threw the celestial sword and shouted, "Stop!" The celestial sword was too fast. It charged at the man in black like a bolt of lightning. The man in black frowned and arrived above the celestial sealing stamp. He raised his right hand and was about to grab the celestial sword that was closing in on him. However, just at this moment Wang Lin shouted, "Stop!" and it echoed like thunder. The black-robed man's head remained the same, but his right hand couldn't help but pause for a moment. At this moment, the celestial sword flashed by and cut off his entire right arm. After his right arm was separated from his body, it strangely turned into bone powder and dissipated in the void. Wang Lin's timing was very accurate. If it wasn't for the fact that the celestial sword was too close to the black-robed man, then even with the stop spell, it wouldn't have been able to do anything to the black-robed man. However, this was not the case. The black-robed man was startled for a moment. He looked down at his empty right arm and his eyes were filled with unimaginable anger. This anger caused his eyes to be filled with killing intent. This celestial has guarded this place for countless years to restore my bones. You dare to destroy my right arm? The black-robed man seemed to have gone crazy. He actually gave up on the celestial sealing stamp and charged toward Wang Lin. As he closed in, the black-robed man revealed an unprecedented ferocious expression. He raised his remaining left arm and formed a sword with 2 of his fingers. He slashed toward Wang Lin. Cracking sounds came from the black-robed man's fingers, and a crack appeared in the void. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. As he retreated, he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Call the wind." The origin energy in his body quickly cycled. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his energy consumption. A gust of black wind appeared in his right hand and spread out to form a powerful gust of black wind. Waves of cold air spread out and the black wind blew toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with shock. This time, he was even more shocked than when he saw that Wang Lin had his teacher's treasure. Celestial Emperor's spell, call the wind. You? Who exactly are you? The black-robed man's expression changed greatly, and he immediately retreated. He knew the power of Call the Wind too well. Call the Wind was a nightmare for him in the past. He clearly remembered that he had violated the rules of the celestial realm. Although his teacher had pleaded for mercy, Celestial Emperor Bai Fan had still used a spell and said that if he could resist, he would be spared. Back then, Celestial Emperor Bai Fan had used Call the Wind. Under Call the Wind, his entire body collapsed and even his bones dissipated. If it wasn't for his teacher, Master Carefree, he wouldn't even have been able to keep his head. After that, he was sent here by his master, the Unfettered One, to guard the coffin. He even used the formation to meditate for countless years before he was able to expel the wind summoning technique from his primordial spirit and form a skeleton. When he saw Call the Wind again, he was scared out of his wits and quickly retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out something. It was a blue pill that dyed the surroundings blue. Who are you to Celestial Emperor Bai Fan? The black-robed man shouted once more. The blue pill before him gave off a gentle light, causing him to not be injured by the black wind. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't speak but charged forward. The black wind howled around him as if Wang Lin had fused with the black wind. He closed in on the black-robed man and pushed forward with his right hand. The black wind followed his movement and shot out. The black-robed man's face was pale and he retreated once more. The blue light before him dimmed, but the black-robed man's eyes narrowed. He let out a roar and pushed forward with both hands. The blue pill before him began to rotate and emit bursts of blue light. It was like a vortex that sucked in the black wind. This person's Call the Wind spell isn't strong, but I can't touch it at all. Otherwise, it will activate the tiny bit of Call the Wind in my body. Call the Wind, this spell is too vicious. Once it enters my body, it is almost impossible to expel. If it enters my body again, it will immediately cause the injury from back then. Damn it, how can this person know Call the Wind? I'll have to rely on the magic treasure Master gave me. The black-robed man's face was extremely gloomy as he used the blue pill to resist to quickly retreat. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the black-robed man. Without hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding and the god-slaying war chariot appeared. There was a flash of five-colored light before it turned into the five-colored butterfly. After the butterfly appeared, it flapped its wings and a five-colored powder spread out. It was extremely beautiful. The moment the butterfly appeared, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he suddenly pointed at the retreating black-robed man. The butterfly slowly flew forward and flapped its wings. It was at this moment that the retreating black-robed man suddenly stopped in place. His eyes were filled with shock as the bones in his left arm shattered, transforming into ash that formed a gray butterfly in front of him. After the butterfly appeared, it flapped its wings again. The black-robed man's face was pale as he continued to retreat. The bones in his feet immediately collapsed, and his eyes were filled with shock. When he saw that the butterfly was about to flap its wings again, he let out a roar and the upper half of his body collapsed. This created a powerful force that pushed him back far away until he landed on the formation that held the coffin. The moment his upper body landed on the formation, strands of black gas came out from the blood inside the formation and entered his body. This caused his lower body to quickly become illusory. The butterfly wings flapped again, and a popping sound could be heard from within the black-robed man's body. The illusory body that had just formed collapsed once again. However, the black aura that emerged from the spell formation allowed him to form a new body. As the process continued, the black aura from the huge spell formation no longer poured into the coffin. Instead, it surged toward the black-robed man. The illusory lower half of his body gradually solidified. In the end, it seemed as if he had flesh and blood. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged forward. He raised his hand and Call the Wind appeared once more. After using Call the Wind twice in a row, Wang Lin's origin energy was running low. His face was pale, but the killing intent in his eyes didn't stop. It was clear that if he didn't kill this person, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. The black wind turned into a large cloud of dust and flew out of the formation. The black-robed man's expression changed greatly. He was about to retreat when the left wing of the god-slaying war chariot gently flapped. Immediately, the black-robed man's illusory body collapsed with a bang. Even the black robe that covered his body was completely destroyed and disintegrated at the same time. Only his head remained in the air. The shock in his eyes had reached its limit. Breaking the rules. This is a treasure that can break the power of rules. The black-robed man cried out and retreated without hesitation. However, at this moment, the black wind closed in and tried to devour him. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with despair. He was unwilling to give up. If his cultivation level was at its peak, even if his opponent had a treasure that could break the rules, he would still be able to resist. In fact, if he had his body, he was confident that he could kill his opponent in an instant without giving him a chance to use the treasure. If I hadn't been attacked by fans Call the Wind back then, I wouldn't be so afraid of the incomplete Call the Wind. I won't give up. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with hatred. The moment the black wind closed in, he blew out a breath of air. This breath was the essence of his origin soul. He blew it out without hesitation and collided with the black wind. With a bang, he used this force to quickly retreat with his head. There was a flash of decisiveness in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and retreated to the coffin at the center of the formation. He muttered, "Master, it's not that I didn't keep my promise, but if I don't open the coffin, I will without a doubt die." As he spoke, he smashed his head against the coffin. With a bang, the lid of the coffin was opened. The moment it was opened, the body of the young man lying inside immediately dissipated. It was as if it had immediately collapsed the moment it came into contact with the outside world. In just an instant it disappeared without a trace. There was nothing left inside the coffin. Master Long Daozi, you broke the rules of the celestial realm and were punished by the celestial emperor. I can't save you, I can only help you seal your head and origin soul here to guard this coffin. I looked at the sky at night and divined that there would be a calamity in the celestial realm. You leaving is not necessarily a bad thing. This coffin is a treasure from the ancient celestial realm. I obtained it after experiencing great danger. It is called the heaven-avoiding coffin. You should know that before I became a celestial, I had a son in the mortal world. I owed him too much, so I could only take a sliver of his soul. After I became a celestial, I gave up all my cultivation time and all my opportunities to find this heaven-avoiding coffin. I placed his soul inside to reform his soul and body. One day, he will awaken. After he awakens, you must recognize him as your master and never betray him. When the time comes, you can reform your body and restore your cultivation. His master's voice echoed in his ears the moment the black-clothed man's head fell into the coffin. Master, don't blame me. There was a flash of decisiveness in the eyes of the black-robed man, Long Daozi. The moment his head entered the coffin lid automatically closed. It trembled and turned into a ray of light that shot out of the formation and into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes glittered. The scene just now had left him shaken. He had personally seen the young man inside the coffin disappear as soon as the coffin opened. Then he had personally seen the black-robed man's head enter the coffin, and his fleshly body reform at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's... Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing the god-slaying war chariot to fly over and land beneath Wang Lin's feet. Wang Lin's left hand made a grasping motion, and the immortal sealing seal whistled through the air in pursuit of the coffin. Ta Shan's body flickered, and he turned into a blur that merged with Wang Lin and then disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes flickered coldly as he continued in hot pursuit. Just what kind of treasure is this? It can reform a fleshly body. Inside the crystal coffin, Long Daozi's fleshly body rapidly reformed. The feeling of having a fleshly body was something he hadn't experienced in countless years. His eyes were cold, and he smiled viciously as he muttered to himself, "Master, I, Long Daozi, have protected you for tens of thousands of years without a fleshly body. So all I need to do is lie here for a moment, and my fleshly body will recover. If that's the case, why did you make me suffer so much back then? Were you worried that after I recovered my fleshly body, I wouldn't protect this coffin for you? Before, I felt a bit guilty, but now, unfettered master, I understand. It's laughable that I, Long Daozi, have always been grateful to you for saving my life. Master and apprentice, I would rather suffer pain than have any thoughts about this coffin." How laughable! Inside the coffin, Long Daozi mercilessly clenched his fist, and popping sounds came from his body. It was as if his bones were colliding. This feeling was very comfortable, and Long Daozi's eyes lit up. He could clearly feel that his cultivation was recovering at an unimaginable speed. When he fought Wang Lin, he was between the corporeal Yang stage and the Nirvana Scryer stage, which meant he was a rank 1 Sky Celestial, but now he had steadily reached the early stage of Nirvana Scryer and was now a rank 3 Sky Celestial. "Unfettered master, you deceived me so hard!" Long Daozi's eyes were filled with killing intent and his cultivation level increased like crazy. In a flash, he reached rank 6 Sky Celestial, and it didn't stop there. As Wang Lin chased, his expression changed slightly. He felt a powerful celestial spiritual energy gather inside the coffin and become stronger and stronger. "What kind of treasure is this?" Wang Lin gasped and his eyes were filled with shock. Long Daozi grinned and activated the celestial origin energy inside his body. In an instant, his cultivation level increased like crazy and he reached rank 9 Sky Celestial. This was his peak in the celestial realm. This wasn't the end. The moment he reached rank 9 Sky Celestial, his cultivation level increased greatly and he broke through the Heaven Celestial stage. There was an unimaginable change. Long Daozi's eyes shined brightly as if they could penetrate the coffin. At this moment, his cultivation level surpassed the Heaven Celestial stage and reached the Celestial King stage. Rank 3 Celestial King. Unfettered Master, you are only a rank 9 Celestial King. Now I, Long Daozi, am also a Celestial King. Once I kill that mere Supreme Celestial and take his treasure, I won't go to the Celestial Realm anymore. This world is large, so no matter what, you won't be able to find me. As Long Daozi laughed, he raised his right hand and pressed down on the lid of the coffin. With a bang, the coffin flew up and Long Daozi charged out. Wang Lin immediately stopped. His expression was extremely gloomy, and he was about to retreat when his eyes narrowed, and he looked forward. The moment Long Daozi charged out from the coffin, his laughter echoed. A powerful force spread out from his body. Although it wasn't as powerful as the blood ancestors, it was still powerful. It was as if a storm of celestial spiritual energy was spreading out, and the center of the storm was this person. Junior Dai. Long Daozi laughed like crazy as he took a step forward. However, just at this moment a shocking change occurred. The moment he raised his feet, they silently disappeared. In the blink of an eye, his legs, upper body, and arms disappeared as if they had been shattered. This scene was almost exactly the same as when he opened the lid of the coffin and the young man inside disappeared. How could this be? Impossible! Long Daozi's entire body froze. He lowered his head, but he couldn't see his body. It had disappeared like the wind and destroyed everything. Even his head was becoming blurry. It was as if it was turning into countless pieces that were about to disappear into the void. Long Daozi's eyes were filled with fear. He seemed to have gone crazy as he let out a hysterical roar. How could this be? Master, how could this be? Master, I've protected your son for countless years. Why do you want to kill me? You once said that even if there was only a sliver of a soul fragment left in the heaven-avoiding coffin, it could still take form inside. But why did my body collapse after recovering? Why? Long Daozi raised his head and roared at the sky. Unfettered master, if I hadn't obtained a clue to the heaven-avoiding coffin for you, how could I have broken the law of the celestial realm? Yet you treated me like this. I fear that even if I did as you said and waited for your son to awaken and enter the coffin to recover, the result would still be the same. You wanted to kill me. Long Daozi's head gradually dissipated, and his origin soul also collapsed, turning into nothingness. It was like ashes returning to ashes, dust returning to dust. However, there was a powerful resentment that lingered in the void for a long time. This resentment was something that Long Daozi had accumulated for tens of thousands of years before the celestial realm collapsed, and it erupted at the moment of his death. The strength of this resentment was unimaginable. If it wasn't dispelled, it would likely exist in the void for all eternity. Perhaps after countless years, a new life would be born from this resentment. Wang Lin watched all of this happen. After pondering for a moment, he pointed up and softly said, "Dao transformation, yellow springs." And yellow springs appeared, and the resentment seemed to have found an outlet. It rushed toward the yellow springs and fused with it. The resentment that originally existed in the yellow springs fused with the yellow springs and continued to grow. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, all the resentment was absorbed into the yellow springs. Just as Wang Lin turned to leave, the yellow springs dissipated. The coffin was grabbed by Wang Lin. His gaze was serious as he carefully looked at the coffin and began to ponder. This item can nourish the soul and restore the body, but it can't come out. Once it leaves the coffin, it will disappear. If this isn't how it should be, then the method used is wrong. While pondering, Wang Lin put away the coffin, let out a sigh, and left. When he saw the coffin spell, he thought of Li Muan. Planet Dongling. With my current cultivation level, I should be able to go check it out. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. The reason he came to the Luo Tian star system, aside from avoiding Tian Yunzi and the other old monsters, was to find the Xiang family on planet Dongling and find a way to awaken Li Muan. Wang Lin could never forget the shock and impact he felt when he heard the woman in the painting say that she could awaken Li Muan in the Tide Abyss. At that moment, the impact he felt was enough to cause the world to collapse. He felt like he was being struck by tens of thousands of bolts of thunder. The only thought in his mind was to go to planet Dongling, to the Xiang family. No matter what, whether it was true or false, he had to go. No matter how difficult this matter was, no matter what kind of danger it represented, Wang Lin would choose to face it. In a person's life, there were some things that couldn't be stopped even by stormy seas. Even if the world collapsed, he still had to do it. Western domain of the Luo Tian, deep within the stranger domain. There had been no cultivators here for a long time, as if this place was a dead end. Gray fog filled the air, making it impossible to see anything more than 100 feet away. Only the fog slowly drifted, as if it was eternal. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and there was no sound at all. The depths of the stranger domain were completely covered by this fog, and there was no end to it. On this day, there was a slight fluctuation in the fog. This fluctuation was weak at first, but it soon became intense. The mist churned as if there was a colossal creature twisting its body within it. If one looked down from above, they could clearly see that all the mist within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers was churning violently, as if it was a furious wave that surged in all directions. As the fog dissipated, a whale-like monster loomed inside the fog. This monster was too big. At a glance, it was at least tens of thousands of kilometers long. As soon as it moved, it caused the surrounding gray fog to surge and churn. There were no eyes on the creature's head, only a huge mouth. At that moment, it slowly opened its mouth, and a thick, gray fog spewed out of it. When the beast opened its mouth, one could see a formation in its mouth. At this moment, the formation flashed and a person walked out. Behind this person, more people appeared. The person in front was wearing a green robe. Although he looked like a young man, he gave off an ancient aura. It was as if a 1,000-year-old old man was residing in the young man's body. Wang Lin's eyes were in a trance. The moment he walked out of the formation, he was pushed by a powerful force and flew out along with the fog. The members of the chosen immortal clan behind him all had blank expressions and a hint of fear towards the unknown world as they followed closely behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin was pushed by the fog. The moment he stepped out, he turned around and saw the incomparably large beast. It really is the nether beast from Two Seas Memories. This beast has existed since the era of the ancient gods, but its origin is unknown. This beast does not have any offensive abilities and is extremely timid. However, there is another universe within its body, as if it contains another world. It is incomparably huge, far surpassing the size of its body. I didn't expect the thing from Two Seas Memories to still exist. Wang Lin looked at the nether beast and let out a sigh. The beast also noticed Wang Lin and company. It slowly closed its mouth and retreated into the fog. Aside from the churning fog, it was impossible to see its figure. Wang Lin had disappeared for nearly half a year before reappearing in the Luo Tian star system. At this moment, two earth-shattering events that shocked all the cultivators in the Luo Tian star system had occurred. One of them was aimed at Wang Lin. 3 chapters of 9,100 words. Yesterday it was 3 chapters, today it is still 3 chapters. 2 consecutive days of eruptions, all for the monthly vote. Fellow cultivators, don't let the eruptions in your ears become weak. I beg for the monthly votes. Chapter 820. The Thunder Celestial Temple had issued the Luo Tian order, calling all the cultivation families in the Luo Tian star system to enter the Alliance star system once the Thunder Celestial Temple opens the path to the Alliance star system. This news was like a storm that swept across the Luo Tian star system and set off a storm. For countless years, ever since the collapse of the 4 celestial realms, the passages connecting them were blocked. The star systems under the 4 celestial realms no longer had any connection. Aside from some extremely precious treasures that could barely open a crack for 1 or 2 cultivators to pass through, there had never been a large-scale war preparation like now. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Luo Tian star system, the Alliance star system was unreachable. However, since ancient times, the cultivators that went to the Alliance star system and returned had all kinds of rumors about it. Rumor had it that there were no cultivation families in the Alliance star system, only sections. Rumor had it that there were rank 1 to 9 cultivation countries in the Alliance star system that were completely different from the Luo Tian star system. Rumor had it that there were countless treasures and pills in the Alliance star system. Every sect was like a treasure house, and every cultivation planet was like a treasure trove. Rumor had it that the most powerful force in the Alliance star system was the Cultivation Alliance. Rumor had it that the cultivators of the Alliance star system were extremely bloodthirsty and good at killing. They were like devils. All kinds of rumors caused the image of the Alliance star system to change in the minds of the Luo Tian cultivators. Some cultivation families were very interested in fighting the Alliance star system. However, there were also some cultivation families that didn't agree with this and were still hesitant. However, with the Thunder Celestial Temple's push, entering the Alliance star system was a foregone conclusion. Most importantly, the Thunder Celestial Temple's unprecedented operation had obtained the support of two ancient cultivation families that had been passed down since ancient times in the Luotian star system. These two ancient cultivation families were the most powerful forces in the Luotian star system aside from the mysterious ancient cultivation families. Either one of these families was no weaker than the Thunder Celestial Temple. One of them was the Xiang family of planet Dong Lin. It wasn't the Thunder Celestial Temple that found them, it was the Xiang family that took the initiative to find the Thunder Celestial Temple and strongly supported them. Then, together with them, they persuaded another ancient cultivation family to work with them. How could the other cultivator clans dare to disobey the will of the three great powers? Thus, a storm of preparations for war spread throughout the entire Luotian star field. Every family was making preparations at all times, waiting for the day the passageway would open. For this battle, the three forces had made a promise that anyone with military service would be rewarded with the cultivation planet they captured. This promise tempted many families in the Luotian star system. After all, no one liked to share a cultivation planet with others. However, the Luotian star system was already saturated with cultivation planets with spiritual energy. If they wanted a cultivation planet that belonged to their own family, they could only go to the Alliance star system to steal it. In addition, the Thunder Celestial Temple took out treasures, pills, and celestial spells to start a magnificent event called Celestial Bestowment. The Thunder Celestial Temple and two ancient cultivation families have joined forces to grant celestials. The Thunder Celestial Temple and two ancient cultivation families have joined forces to grant celestial titles. This is the first time the Thunder Celestial Temple has granted celestial titles on a large scale since the collapse of the celestial realm. This time, there are 36 heaven celestials and 72 earth fiends, a total of 108 people. Every person with a celestial title will have a status higher than a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple and will be respected by all cultivators in the all-heaven star system. They will also become leaders in the war against the Alliance star system. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, not everyone liked this kind of fame. However, the Thunder Celestial Temple had obviously thought of this and increased the intensity of this celestial bestowment. The Thunder Celestial Temple announced that anyone who was bestowed a celestial title could receive personal guidance from Celestial Lord Shimizu of the Thunder Celestial Realm. This news was no less than the collapse of the storm. Celestial Lord. Celestial Lord. There was actually a Celestial Lord that had survived to this day. The entire Luotian star system boiled. The cultivation families that weren't interested in the celestial bestowment all changed their minds. They mobilized their elites to fight for the position of celestial bestowment. At the same time, when the Thunder Celestial Temple announced the guidance of the Celestial Lord, the two ancient cultivation families, including the Xiang family, also announced that each of the 36 heaven celestial lords could make a request. This request would be satisfied by the Thunder Celestial Temple and the two ancient cultivation families. The continuous promotion of the celestial bestowment in the Luotian star system had reached a peak and achieved the goal of the Thunder Celestial Temple. They had gathered all the power in the Luotian star system. Then, the most mysterious ancient cultivation families in the Luotian star system suddenly sent down a letter. This completely ignited the fire of war and raised the determination of almost every cultivator in the Luotian star system to the peak. This celestial bestowment was comparable to the real celestial bestowment in the celestial realm. There was only one line of words on the letter. Celestial bestowment, great. The 108 Celestials can enter the celestial pool and turn their body origin energy into celestial origin energy to become a true celestial. The difference between Celestials and future cultivators was that Celestials didn't only have origin energy in their bodies. After their origin energy fused with celestial origin energy, a power unique to celestials was formed. That was celestial origin energy. The power of celestial spells was limited when used with origin energy. However, if celestial origin energy was used, it could display its true power. Even celestial treasures were the same. The storm had been set off and the flames of war had been ignited. All that was left was for the passage to open. Just as the storm and fire of war filled the Luotian star system, another piece of news that shocked the entire Luotian star system spread out in an extremely intense manner. In the Luotian star system, one of the 4 cultivation families from the celestial realms that were second only to the ancient cultivation families, the Yao family had sent out a heaven order. The moment the heaven order appeared, it was filled with killing intent. The Yao family was the most powerful of the 4 cultivation families from the celestial realms. They could even compete with 2 ancient cultivation families. They didn't even care about the Thunder Celestial Temple. In the countless years since the collapse of the celestial realm, the Yao family had only sent out a heaven order 3 times. Every time the heaven order appeared, there would be a bloody storm. They wouldn't stop until they were dead. Right now, as the wind of celestial bestowment swept across the Luotian star system, the 4th heaven order from the Yao family was sent out. This time, there was only one name on the token: Su Mu. Not only was this name not unknown in the Luotian star system, it could be said that he was very famous. When the wind of celestial bestowment swept across the celestial realm, many people believed that Su Mu would become one of the celestials. The people saved by Su Mu in the Thunder Celestial Realm and their families were all the ones who spread this name. In particular, no matter where they were, when they talked about this matter, they all expressed their respect and gratitude toward Su Mu. Gradually, the name Su Mu became famous in the Luotian star system. He became one of the few people that everyone knew about. Right now, the Yao family's heaven order only had the name Su Mu engraved on it. The meaning was self-evident. The Yao family wanted to kill Su Mu. No matter how strong Su Mu was, very few people believed that he could escape the Yao family's bounty. Once the heaven order was sent out, Su Mu would die. Only a few people, such as Shingong Hu and Zhang Konglai, sneered at the Yao family. In their opinion, the Yao family wasn't qualified to fight a sovereign. The Yao family sent out a large amount of family members and even many cultivation families that were related to them. They spread out like a net across the entire Luotian star system to find Su Mu. While the celestial bestowment was being prepared, the Yao family's search for Su Mu reached an unprecedented peak. The large-scale search by the Yao family and the appearance of the heaven order made the name Su Mu even more famous than before. However, almost all the cultivators believed that this name would only last for a while and that he wouldn't live for long. Even the people that Wang Lin saved all became silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that they all had their own families behind them. They couldn't resist the powerful Yao family. However, during the Yao family's search, Su Mu had disappeared without a trace. No one could find him. It was as if he had disappeared from the Luotian star system. At this moment, Wang Lin was flying through the western Luotian star system at an extremely fast speed. Ahead of him was a gray fog. However, although the fog was thick, it couldn't stop Wang Lin. Behind him, the members of the chosen immortal clan all had calm expressions. After flying through the gray fog for several months, their mentality had gone through a series of changes. The initial bewilderment had already disappeared and was replaced by a decisive killing intent. During the several months in the gray fog, they followed behind Wang Lin and personally saw many strange fierce beasts. After many fierce battles, their numbers decreased, but the killing intent became even stronger. At this moment, these members of the chosen immortal clan were like killing gods as they charged forward after Wang Lin. In the middle of their group were the children and women. Their weak expressions also disappeared from their bodies. If they charged out, they could live. If they couldn't, they could only be devoured by the fierce beasts here. During these bloody battles, the members of the chosen immortal clan quickly grew up. One could more or less see Wang Lin's shadow in them. After all, for these simple clan members, Wang Lin was the only role model they could learn from. Even Wang Lin had to admit that the people of the chosen immortal clan were all talented and had excellent root. Their ability to imitate was also a bit terrifying. These people had learned Wang Lin's decisiveness, learned Wang Lin's calmness, and learned Wang Lin's killing intent in just a few short months inside the fog. When they attacked, they were extremely ruthless. Various runes and spells were used, and they began a life-and-death battle with the fierce beasts inside the fog. What caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow was that these people were very good at working together. Their teamwork was almost flawless, and they could display several times their strength. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to protect the children and women, they would be even more fierce. Wang Lin pondered as he used spells to surround the women and children of the chosen immortal clan. As a result, they moved even faster. On this day, the fog before them thinned and Wang Lin charged out. Behind him, the chosen immortal clan members flew out one by one. What appeared before them was a bright, starry sky. The Luo Tian Western Domain. Looking at the starry sky, Wang Lin was in a trance. After his trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm, he was transferred to the Nether Beast. All of this felt like a dream when he saw the starry sky. Luo Tian Star System, I'm back. The first thing I need to know is which Luo Tian star system this is. I need to find a cultivation planet to determine the direction. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he slapped his bag of holding and took out a jade. This was the map Shingong who had given him. After looking at it for a bit, he put it inside his bag. Turning around, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the chosen immortal clan members behind him. This is the Luo Tian star system under the Thunder Celestial Realm. Now that you're here, you're free. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan silently pondered. Shortly after, he looked up at Wang Lin and said, "Benefactor, we're not familiar with this place. I don't know if you have a cultivation planet where we can temporarily stay. Once we're familiar with the Luo Tian star system, we'll definitely leave." Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. Planet Qingling was large enough to accommodate these chosen immortal clan members. He turned around and took a step forward. He was like a meteor as he charged forward. The chosen immortal clan members followed behind him. In an instant, more than 100 rays of light flew through the stars and quickly flew forward. Along the way, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out to find a cultivation planet. This place was very empty, so it was very difficult to find a cultivation planet. After 10 days, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his gaze fell on an earthy yellow planet. The spiritual energy on this planet wasn't very dense, but it wasn't weak either. As they flew, perhaps because the fluctuations caused by Wang Lin and the people behind him were too large, they were noticed by the cultivators on the earthy yellow planet. The moment Wang Lin closed in, 3 rays of light flew out from the earthy yellow planet and turned into 3 people. These 3 people were of different ages. One was middle-aged and wore a scholar's robe, while the other 2 were old men. The 3 of them all had powerful origin energy fluctuations. It was obvious they had all reached the illusory Yin stage. After the 3 of them appeared, their expressions became serious. The middle-aged scholar looked at Wang Lin, clasped his hands and calmly said, "Fellow cultivator, why have you come in such a hurry?" The other 2 people's eyes lit up as they looked at the chosen immortal clan members behind Wang Lin. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. These people didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations, but there was a mysterious force coming from them. This mysterious force was something they had never seen before. Moreover, they could clearly feel a killing intent from these people. This killing intent was very strong. It was obvious they had been fighting for a long time. More importantly, these people gave off a very cold aura. Their expressions didn't change at all when they faced the 2 people's gazes. There was even a hint of killing intent. However, what surprised the two of them was that there were children and women among these people. The two of them couldn't guess the origin of these people. Just at this moment, the middle-aged scholar carefully looked at Wang Lin. His expression changed and his heart trembled. He felt that Wang Lin looked very familiar. He looked similar to the portrait on the heaven order the Yao family had sent out. Chapter 8:21. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he clasped his hands and calmly said, "We have lost our way. I wonder which Luo Tian domain this planet is located in? What planet is this?" The middle-aged scholar's expression didn't change as he quietly took a step back and said, "This is the Western Luo Tian domain. This place is called Planet Black Earth. I wonder what fellow Taoist's name is?" Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged scholar and didn't answer. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. His divine sense spread out and he immediately found Planet Black Earth in the Western Luo Tian domain. After a bit of comparison, he determined his location. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar retreated a few more steps and touched his bag of holding. A jade immediately appeared in his hand and he began to concentrate. This jade contained the image of Su Mu that the Yao family sent out after the heaven order was issued. They had engraved Su Mu's appearance on it and distributed it to the various families. If anyone provided any clues about the person being hunted by the heaven order, they would be handsomely rewarded. The middle-aged scholar looked at it and his heart began to pound. The figure on the jade was almost exactly the same as the person before him aside from the clothes. Su Mu. He is Su Mu. A huge wave was set off in the middle-aged scholar's heart, but his expression didn't reveal any of it. The middle-aged scholar's expression was neutral as he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist has traveled a long way here. Why don't you rest for a few days on Planet Black Earth before leaving?" Wang Lin put away the jade and looked at the middle-aged scholar. His gaze fell on the middle-aged scholar's right hand and he calmly said, "No need." With that, he took a step forward and charged forward like a ray of light. Behind him were the members of the chosen immortal clan. They were all expressionless as they followed from a distance. The 100 rays of light were extremely fast. In an instant they disappeared into the distance. "Brother Ouyang, we don't know where these people came from. Why did you invite them to our Xiantian star? It's the early stage of the celestial bestowal stage. The most important thing for us is to cultivate in seclusion and strive to be a celestial bestowal cultivator," one of the old men said as he looked at the place where Wang Lin and the others disappeared. "Brother Chen, don't you think that person looked familiar?" The middle-aged scholar's eyes flickered as he tossed the jade slip in his hand. The two old men were taken aback. They took the jade slips and exchanged them for a closer look. However, their expressions immediately changed. "It's actually him. Rumor has it that this person has been missing for a long time. I didn't expect him to appear here. The Yao family will reward those who can provide us with clues very handsomely. If we succeed, it will be much easier for the three of us to become immortals." The middle-aged scholar licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. "However, this Su Mu is not a nameless person. If we reveal his whereabouts, will it result in him taking revenge?" One of the old men hesitated for a moment before speaking. "A great man must be ruthless. He won't have a chance to retaliate against us before he will be killed by the Yao family." The middle-aged man sneered as he took back the jade. He clenched his teeth and crushed it. The jade immediately turned into a cloud of fog. The fog moved for a moment before condensing into an illusory figure. This person was a young man with an extremely cold and arrogant expression. "Planet Black Earth Ouyang Kun greets the Yao family's Heaven Domain messenger. We just found traces of that Su Mu." Wang Lin moved very fast among the stars. The hundreds of rays of light behind him charged forward. While flying, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with contemplation. "That middle-aged man from Planet Black Earth is a bit strange. However, I don't know him and have no past with him. Perhaps I'm just being a bit suspicious. Wang Lin pondered a bit and felt like something was wrong. A moment later, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he immediately stopped. The chosen immortal clan members behind him all stopped and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a map. After leaving a mark on it with his divine sense, he threw it at the ancestor of the chosen immortal clan and calmly said, "I left the location of planet Qing Ling on it. You all follow the map and I'll catch up later." The old man silently pondered as he took the jade. After checking it, he clasped his hands at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Since that's the case, we'll go find it ourselves. Benefactor, we'll meet on planet Qing Ling." Wang Lin nodded slightly and watched the chosen immortal clan members leave one by one. After they disappeared into the distance, Wang Lin turned around and took a step toward planet Black Earth. Those 3 people from planet Black Earth are too strange. Perhaps there really is a problem here. It's better to be a bit more cautious. With this step, ripples appeared under his feet. After the first step, Wang Lin took another step and even more ripples appeared. At this moment, he merged with the world without any obstruction. The moment he took his third step, he disappeared from where he stood. Outside planet Black Earth, after the middle-aged man finished speaking, the eyes of the youth formed by the fog shined brightly. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes as he said, "Very good. I'll report the clues you 3 provided to the family. If it's true, there will naturally be benefits for all of you." With that said, the mist dissipated with a bang. The middle-aged scholar's eyes revealed a hint of joy. He looked back at his 2 companions and smiled. "It's very simple. We only provided clues. That Su Mu will without a doubt die. Instead of letting others obtain the benefits, it's better for the 3 of us to obtain it. This is a chance given to us by the heavens. Otherwise, why would Su Mu come here instead of going to another cultivation planet?" The 2 old men silently pondered and then bitterly smiled. What was done could not be undone. However, for some reason, there was a shadow in their hearts. "I hope that Su Mu isn't as powerful as the rumors say and is killed by the Yao family. Otherwise, once he finds out about our whereabouts, I fear." Just as the old man spoke, his expression changed greatly. He looked behind the middle-aged scholar and his face turned pale without any trace of blood. The other old man beside him also trembled at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock as he cried out involuntarily, Su Mu." The middle-aged scholar felt all the hair on his body stand up and a chill filled his heart. He didn't even dare to look back. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. A ripple appeared in the void behind the middle-aged scholar, and Wang Lin walked out. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was so dense it was almost corporeal. "The 3 of you have guts." When Wang Lin appeared, his 2 fingers formed a sword and he took a step forward. His finger pressed down on the middle-aged scholar's back. Popping sounds echoed inside the middle-aged scholar's body and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body flew out in an arc and immediately collapsed. Just as his origin soul escaped, it was caught by the murderous Wang Lin. This scene was like a giant hammer smashing into the chests of the 2 old men. This caused the terror in their eyes to become even stronger. The 2 of them didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. He was only 40 votes away from 6th place in the monthly vote. "Brothers, help me!" Chapter 8:22. Holding the middle-aged scholar's origin soul, Wang Lin coldly looked at the 2 escaping in 2 different directions. He didn't personally chase them, but Ta Shan appeared behind him. He took a step forward and chased after them with a thunderous rumble. Killing 2 terrified illusory Yin cultivators was not difficult for Ta Shan, who was a corporeal Yang cultivator. "Senior, please spare me. Junior's cultivation was not easy to obtain, please spare me." The middle-aged man was almost scared out of his wits. At this moment, his origin soul was begging for mercy in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as his left hand pressed down on the middle-aged man's origin soul. His origin energy surged into the origin soul like crazy, and he began to search the origin soul. The middle-aged man's origin soul's eyes became sluggish and he revealed an unconscious expression of pain. His origin soul trembled as if it could collapse at any moment. He could clearly feel that his divine sense was being violently shaken by a pair of large hands, as if it was being dug inside. That kind of intense pain almost drove him crazy. Under this intense pain, endless regret drowned his origin soul like a tidal wave. As it spread out, it caused his divine sense to gradually dissipate. Sometimes, even thousands of years of cultivation could be destroyed because of one wrong choice. As he extracted the middle-aged man's memories, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. In the end, he was like a half-unsheathed sword, and a powerful killing intent brewed in his chest. So that's how it is, Wang Lin muttered to himself. At this moment, popping sounds came from the distance. Ta Shan was holding an origin soul and a bag of holding in each hand as he walked over. Just like before, Wang Lin used the soul search spell on the two origin souls. Combining the memories of the three, Wang Lin learned about the two major events that happened in the Luo Tian star system over the past 6 months. He naturally wouldn't let go of the three origin souls that had provoked Wang Lin. He threw them into the soul flag to use Call the Wind in the future. As for the three origin souls, Wang Lin checked them and found that there were some treasures inside. He crushed them one by one and spat out essence origin soul energy to turn them into liquid and fuse them into Ta Shan's body. The strength of a celestial guard's body mainly came from the rare heavenly treasures in Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's celestial jade. However, these heavenly treasures were already rare and had disappeared. Therefore, Wang Lin could only take the materials from the treasures to make the celestial guard's body stronger. There were also 2 jade slips in the 3 origin souls bags of holding. These 2 jade slips were the ones that connected to the Yao family. Through the memories of the 3 origin souls, Wang Lin knew that the Yao family had used a lot of power to hunt him down. Almost all the second-step cultivators in the Luo Tian star system had a jade slip that contained a portrait of Wang Lin. Holding the 2 jade slips, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked into the distance. The Yao family, the head of the 4 great families in the celestial world. Why did they decide to attack me? Wang Lin pondered. He had a lot of grievances with the 4 great families in the celestial world, especially the Yao family. Not only did the matter with the blood ancestor happen, but the young master of the Yao family also died to him. In addition to that, there was also the collection pavilion. It shouldn't be the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor knows my real name. If it was because of the matter with the blood ancestor, then the Yao family's heaven order wouldn't have the name Su Mu but Wang Lin. However, it is also possible that my real name has never been used in the Luo Tian star system. Instead, the name Su Mu is known. This is why the Yao family's heaven order has the name Su Mu on it. Similarly, the young master of the Yao family who wanted to kill Li Yuan in the Thunder Celestial Realm also died by my hand. With the strength of the Yao family, they must have some spells to know about the deaths of their family members. As for the collection pavilion, with the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm, the chance of it being known is not high. Wang Lin pondered a bit and a powerful killing intent appeared in his heart. Heaven Order. This reminds me of the 10,000 Devil 100-day kill order in the Sea of Devils in Suzaku. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his body flickered as he flew forward. He transformed into a shooting star and shot toward the starry sky. The Yao family is too powerful. There is nowhere in the Luo Tian star system that is safe. Also, the Yao family must have cultivators as powerful as the blood ancestor or even more powerful than the blood ancestor. Wang Lin frowned and his heart was very gloomy. As he flew, ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet. Half of his body merged with the world, but he didn't use spatial bending. Instead, he maintained this state and continued to move forward. He wanted to calculate how long it would take for the Yao family to find out about his whereabouts and for them to send people to kill him. Not long after, Wang Lin stopped. His eyes lit up as he stared ahead. He saw 7 rays of sword energy flying toward him. At the same time, there were also 7 rays of sword energy flying at an extremely fast speed from the left and right directions. At the same time, 7 rays of sword energy also quickly closed in from behind Wang Lin. Front, back, left, right, it was as if all directions were blocked. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and he muttered to himself, "It has only been 2 incense sticks of time since I killed that scholar. It seems like the Yao family has sent people to almost every corner of the Luo Tian star system." Wang Lin's body didn't move. After he scanned the area, his eyes narrowed. That's not right. These people can't all be from the Yao family. Otherwise, there would be too many people from the Yao family. It is likely that the Yao family has sent people to many areas in the Luo Tian star system, and these people have all contacted the nearby cultivation planet. This is why they were able to find me in such a short period of time. After confirming his thoughts, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent and he muttered, "It has been a long time since I started a massacre. If I can't beat the old, then I'll kill the young." Killing intent filled Wang Lin's body. He was not a kind person, and now he was wanted by the Yao family and was surrounded by 28 cultivators. These people were also filled with killing intent. It was obvious they wanted to kill him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Wang Lin clearly saw the cultivation of the 28 cultivators around him. The 7 cultivators on the left were the weakest. Among the 7 rays of sword energy, 4 were illusory Yin cultivators and the remaining 3 were peak ascendant cultivators. At this moment, they closed in with powerful killing intent. The ripples around Wang Lin's body scattered. He had a cold expression as he took a step to the left. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure disappeared. The expressions of the cultivators that had locked onto him immediately changed. Just at this moment, a ripple appeared next to the 7 rays of sword energy, and Wang Lin's figure stepped out. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use 2 of his fingers to form a sword and mercilessly chop down. The heavenly chop descended like an invisible blade. As it whistled by, the 3 peak ascendant cultivators let out miserable groans as their bodies collapsed and they died. With 2 popping sounds, they turned into a mist of blood. The expressions of the other 4 changed greatly, and they immediately scattered. However, in the eyes of Wang Lin, who was at the corporeal yang stage, they were still too slow. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he chased after one of the illusory Yin cultivators. This person was a middle-aged man. Facing Wang Lin's pursuit, he revealed a ruthless expression. His hands formed a seal and the origin energy in his body surged. It was obvious he was going to use an origin energy spell. Wang Lin revealed a sneer as his body flickered and his right hand pointed forward. The middle-aged man's body suddenly stopped, and at this moment, Wang Lin stepped forward. His foot landed on the top of the man's head, as if he was stepping on the man's head to fly into the air. With a bang, the middle-aged man's body collapsed and his origin soul flew out in terror. Just as he was about to escape, the black fog surrounded him and the soul flag Wang Lin took out caught him. All of this happened in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had killed 4 people. The smell of blood filled the air. At this moment, the cultivators from the other 3 directions quickly closed in on Wang Lin. Roars and roars echoed through the stars. At the same time, various treasures and spells appeared in the hands of these cultivators and shot toward Wang Lin. The fiercest attacks came from 3 people. They were all old men, and their cultivation levels were no weaker than Wang Lin's. One of them was even stronger than Wang Lin and was at the peak of the corporeal yang stage. No matter how strong Wang Lin was, under the combined attacks of more than 20 cultivators, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's expression was calm and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a step forward. It wasn't like Wang Lin wasn't prepared when he was flying. From beginning to end, half of his body had merged with the world. In this state, he could use spatial bending to move faster. With one step, Wang Lin's figure strangely disappeared. The attacks immediately lost their target and fell into the void. Wang Lin's body suddenly appeared behind a corporeal yang cultivator. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to use the heavenly chop. Before the corporeal yang cultivator could react, his body trembled. However, this person was still a corporeal yang cultivator. Under Wang Lin's sneak attack, he activated his origin energy and ignored the pain in his body. Just as he was about to resist, Wang Lin's finger formed a sword and landed on his back. Bang! The cultivator's body collapsed and his origin soul flew out. It was immediately picked up by the soul flag. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step back and disappeared once more. All of this happened too fast. When the surrounding cultivators reacted, Wang Lin was already gone. Wang Lin had seen the third step of cultivation. By mastering the great spell of merging with the world, he would be invincible in a battle like this. Back then, Celestial Master Shimizu was like this. He fought against hundreds of cultivators but wasn't injured at all. At this moment, Wang Lin had learned this. Chapter 8:23. This strange method of killing caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to tremble. The peak corporeal young old man's expression was extremely gloomy. He could feel that this person's cultivation level was about the same as his, and he was even a bit stronger than him. However, his opponent's strange divine ability made him extremely shocked. This is definitely not teleportation or greater teleportation. The old man's expression was gloomy as he slapped his bag of holding and a silver bell appeared in his hand. He didn't hesitate to shake the bell. Clang, 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 clang. A large ripple spread out and disturbed the surrounding origin energy. There are still 22 people. Wang Lin's body flickered and he appeared behind a peak ascendant cultivator. The cultivator's pupils shrank and Wang Lin raised his hand to use the heavenly chop. There was no sword energy, but the ascendant cultivator's body was split in half and collapsed. As for this person's origin soul, Wang Lin didn't care about it, but he still put it into the soul flag. At the same time, he gloomily looked at the old man shaking the bell. This person's treasure was a bit mysterious. It could shake the surrounding origin energy. Although it didn't affect Wang Lin much, if he did this for a long time, he would become a bit sluggish. As he let out a cold snort, a shadow appeared behind Wang Lin and Ta Shan stepped out. He didn't care about the surrounding cultivators at all and flew toward the peak corporeal young old man. As Ta Shan flew out, his right fist punched out, creating a sonic boom. As the thunderous rumble echoed, he collided with the peak corporeal young old man. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. Popping sounds echoed as the old man continued to retreat. He used various spells from his hands, but his expression was as gloomy as water. No matter what spell or treasure landed on Ta Shan's expression didn't change at all. He was like someone who didn't know pain, and his body was like iron as he continued to attack. The moment Ta Shan charged out, Wang Lin stepped out. This time, he didn't merge with the world. Instead, he opened his mouth and the celestial ceiling stamp flew out. It grew to 100 feet wide and mercilessly smashed down from the sky. A powerful howl came from the celestial ceiling stamp. The expressions of the two cultivators changed greatly. They were about to escape, but Wang Lin immediately said, "Seal." With one word, a large amount of golden runes fell off the celestial ceiling stamp and sealed the two cultivators that were trying to escape. At the same time, the stamp descended with a boom. The only thing left of the two cultivators was a mass of blood and gore. Their nascent divinities were destroyed, but they didn't dissipate. Instead, they were absorbed by the golden runes of the celestial sealing stamp. Among the hundreds of thousands of golden runes on the celestial sealing stamp, there were 2 golden runes that gave off an even more dazzling of light. These 2 golden runes seemed to be alive, and the difference between them was very obvious. Wang Lin was surprised. He didn't expect the celestial sealing stamp to have such a strange effect. However, now was not the time to think too much. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent and he let out a cold smile. He disappeared once more as the surrounding cultivators surrounded him. When the surrounding cultivators saw his sinister sneer, it was as if a chill filled their hearts. Aside from the old man who was fighting Tashan, there were 7 other cultivators who were at the peak of the ascendant stage. These 7 people were already trembling in fear, and Su Mu's fame filled their hearts. Rumors about Su Mu echoed in their hearts. Terrified, the 7 of them retreated without any hesitation and even teleported away. They were filled with regret. They shouldn't have listened to the Yao family's order to stop them. You can't escape. Wang Lin's divine sense echoed in the void. At the same time, the origin energy within 1,000 feet began to distort at a terrifying speed. The 7 people teleported and were forced out of the void. The moment they appeared, Wang Lin moved like a ray of light and flashed by the 7 of them. He brought with him a large amount of blood mist. The moment Wang Lin's figure flashed by, the terror in the 7 people's eyes froze, and popping sounds echoed as they all died. In the distance, Wang Lin's figure paused. He licked his lips and the killing intent in his eyes turned red. He looked like a bloodthirsty demon as he stared at the cultivators not far away and softly said, "There's still San." The dozen or so cultivators' faces were pale and gloomy as they stared at Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a wolf to them. Su Mu's name appeared in their minds. One of the illusory cultivators clenched his teeth and his hand formed a seal. The origin energy in his body surged and formed a white light around him. The white light turned into a giant sword and he spat out a mouthful of origin energy. The giant sword gave off a sharp aura as if it could pierce through the void. The cultivators around him, especially the last of the 3 corporeal yang cultivators, let out a roar and slapped their bags of holding. Countless black needles appeared around them and shot toward Wang Lin. Behind him, the other cultivators all used their spells and charged forward without hesitation. They were extremely fast and closed in on Wang Lin in an instant. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. He retreated and disappeared without a trace. The moment he disappeared, the corporeal yang cultivator opened his arms and shouted, "Teleport, interfere with the surrounding origin energy." Once he said that, all the cultivators in the area teleported on the spot. As they teleported, their figures flickered in and out of sight. At the same time, a thick ripple spread out within the 1,000 feet area. As it gathered, it caused a large amount of the origin energy in the area to distort. Very smart, but not enough. Wang Lin stepped out and the ripple didn't seem to affect him at all. The moment Wang Lin appeared, his right hand pressed down on the cultivator who didn't turn around and decisively gave up his body and charged out with his origin soul. This cultivator's body exploded into a mist of blood. As for his origin soul, it flew out 1,000 feet in a flash and didn't even look back as it continued to escape. As the origin soul escaped, it urgently said, "Fellow cultivator Su Mu, from now on, all the families on planet Spirit Underworld will never participate in the matter between you and the Yao family. Let me go this once." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he didn't chase. At this moment, the corporeal yang cultivator that had released the black needles let out a roar and the black needles around him shot toward Wang Lin like rain. As Wang Lin sneered, he raised his right hand and the withered Dao pair appeared. There was a flash of killing intent and the black needles became gray. In an instant they turned into stone needles. At the same time, gray light flashed under the feet of 3 people, including the corporeal yang cultivator. As Wang Lin stepped out, His fingers moved like lightning and landed between their eyebrows. Countless stones fell and the 3 of them died. There are still 9 left. Wang Lin's voice was filled with endless gloom. The other cultivators were filled with horror as he disappeared once more. At this moment, aside from the old man fighting Ta Shan, the remaining 8 cultivators didn't hesitate to give up on trying to stop Zhao Jiuge. Compared to the benefits promised by the Yao family, their lives were more important. It was obvious that this Su Mu was not someone they could resist. Just by relying on that strange divine ability, no matter how many people they had, Su Mu was still in an invincible position. Unless their cultivation was extremely high, it would be difficult to kill this person. Without hesitation, the 8 of them quickly retreated in 8 different directions. Not only did the killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes not decrease, it became even stronger. His aura was like a rainbow as the 8 of them escaped. He took a step forward and disturbed the origin energy around him, making it so he couldn't use teleportation for a short period of time. After cutting off their path of escape, he controlled the celestial sealing stamp to fly toward one of them. As for the withered Dao pair, it also charged toward one person. At the same time, Wang Lin gently slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword flew out. Su Ligua appeared on the celestial sword, and without Wang Lin's order, he let out a strange cry and charged forward. Su Ligua was also a bit afraid. Although he had inherited the ancient sword intent, he had never fought against an illusory Yin cultivator before. However, at this moment, he bit the bullet and shouted in his heart, "Damn it, I'll go all out, I'll go all out!" The 3 treasures chased after the 3 of them. Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, Wang Lin appeared next to one of the escaping cultivators. The cultivator was terrified and was about to speak, but Wang Lin pressed his finger between the eyebrows of the cultivator with his corporeal yang cultivation. Wang Lin withdrew his finger and disappeared once more. A moment later, the celestial sealing stamp and the withered Dao pair flew back. Only Su Ligua was left. He was almost crazy as he cursed and controlled the celestial sword to attack. The illusory Yin cultivator that Su Ligua had caught up to had a gloomy expression. He didn't want to be entangled with the sword spirit. Seeing his companions die one by one, the terror in his heart reached its limit. That was especially true of the sword spirit's curses as it attacked. It really annoyed him to no end, so he circulated the vital energy inside of him, causing it to explode. It forced Su Ligua and the immortal's sword away. He didn't want to continue fighting, so he flew 300 meters away, then turned to teleport away. However, the moment he teleported away, his pupils shrank. Wang Lin's 2 fingers had already landed between his eyebrows. With a bang, this person collapsed and his origin soul was collected. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as he looked at Su Ligua and coldly said, "I don't need weaklings." Su Ligua's heart went cold. He quickly patted his chest and said, "Master, don't worry." Before Su Ligua could finish speaking, Wang Lin had already charged toward where Ta Shan was fighting. "You're the only one left." A voice filled with killing intent echoed. The heart of the old man fighting Ta Shan trembled and bitterness appeared in his eyes. Just at this moment, a ray of sword energy several dozen feet wide flew over with a shocking aura that seemed like it could tear space itself apart. The corporeal young old man fighting Ta Shan relaxed and thought, "The people from the Yao family are finally here. The old man has completed his task." There was a person standing inside the ray of sword energy. This person was the young man that appeared after the middle-aged man crushed the jade. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but there was also a hint of excitement hidden within. "Su Mu. I didn't expect Yao Zhangdong to encounter him. This is a great merit. For the first rank on the Celestial Hero ranking, I'm begging for monthly votes." Chapter 824. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. When he killed the cultivators blocking him, he already knew that none of them were from the Yao family. They were just tempted by the Yao family's reward. No matter how many of these people he killed, the Yao family wouldn't feel any pain. If he really wanted to make the Yao family feel pain, he had to kill all of them. Since the Yao family wants to kill me, then I'll kill the Yao family first. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and his killing intent increased. The Yao family member that was closing in had broken through the Yang and corporeal Yang stages and reached the Nirvana Scryer stage. Early stage Nirvana Scryer. The flames of battle burned in Wang Lin's eyes. Ever since he reached the corporeal Yang stage, he had never fought a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. At this moment, as killing intent filled his heart, endless battle intent appeared. As the ray of sword energy closed in, Wang Lin quickly moved forward. He had to deal with the corporeal Yang cultivator before the other party arrived. Otherwise, if the two of them joined forces, Wang Lin would be in a passive position. The corporeal Yang old man relaxed and retreated without hesitation. He didn't want to be entangled with Ta Shan. His mission had been completed, so now he only needed to cooperate with the Yao family to obtain a great reward. Just as he retreated, Ta Shan chased under Wang Lin's command. His hands formed fists and golden light shined from his body as he continued to bombard the old man. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the stars as the corporeal Yang old man continued to retreat. His hands formed seals and spells appeared one after another. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a red glow as his body moved like lightning toward the ray of sword energy that the young man from the Yao family was charging at him. His speed was very fast. He was like a meteor as he charged out very far. Yao Zhongdong, who was flying over, revealed a gloomy smile. There was even a hint of contempt in his eyes as he moved even faster. When the corporeal Yang old man saw this, he felt a bit more at ease, but he was still cautious. He felt a chill from the bottom of his heart toward Wang Lin's elusive figure. Now that the Yao family is here, I fear this Su Mu won't have the time to deal with me. The old man retreated once more as he battled Ta Shan. His eyes occasionally lit up as he watched Wang Lin charge at Yao Zhongdong. The further he got from Wang Lin, the more relaxed he became. However, just at this moment, the golden light from Ta Shan suddenly spread out like crazy. This golden light was so strong that if a mortal saw it, they would be blinded. Even cultivators would feel pain in their eyes. Although the old man was at the corporeal Yang stage, he was simply too close to Ta Shan. At such a close distance, the old man's pupils couldn't help but shrink when Ta Shan released the golden light. His vision was filled with golden light, making it impossible for him to see far away. Just as his divine sense was about to spread out, Ta Shan's attack closed in like crazy, forcing the old man to face it head-on. Just as the old man's vision was blocked by the golden light, Wang Lin suddenly took a step toward Yao Zhongdong. Ripples echoed under his feet and Wang Lin's figure disappeared. The moment his figure disappeared, although the corporeal Yang old man couldn't see, his heart trembled and his eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, the origin energy in his body quickly surged and rushed out of his body. A large amount of origin energy collapsed, and with a bang, the origin energy within 100 feet of him formed a vortex. However, he was a step too late. Wang Lin's figure appeared behind the old man the moment the origin energy vortex formed. He was filled with killing intent and his fingers contained a large amount of origin energy as he mercilessly attacked. Before the old man's origin energy vortex formed, Wang Lin's fingers had already charged in and landed on the old man's back like lightning. The old man's face was pale and he resisted coughing out a mouthful of blood. The origin energy in his body surged like crazy, and borrowing Wang Lin's power, he quickly rushed out in an attempt to escape. Just at this moment, Ta Shan's body shined brightly and the rune between his eyebrows moved into his right fist. The moment the old man tried to escape, Ta Shan threw a punch. This punch created a sonic boom that seemed to be endless. When Ta Shan's fist landed, The old man was indeed worthy of being at the peak of the corporeal yang stage. At this moment of crisis, he spat out a mouthful of origin energy that formed a shield around him. After blocking the punch, the shield shattered and was pushed back. The old man's eyes were filled with resentment, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood. However, the moment he coughed out blood, his body turned into a blood shadow and fused with the blood he coughed out. In an instant, his figure was like a ghost, and he managed to escape from the combined attack of Wang Lin and Ta Shan. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. The moment the old man escaped, he raised his right hand and mercilessly swung down with the heavenly chop. The escaping blood shadow was split in half. As he let out a miserable scream, the origin soul of the peak corporeal young old man abandoned his body and quickly escaped. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin didn't have time to chase. After using the heavenly chop, his right hand formed a seal and the celestial sealing stamp appeared before him. Yao Zhangdong's sword aura suddenly changed its speed and landed on the celestial sealing stamp. The moment the celestial sealing stamp was erected, an earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the surrounding 10,000 feet. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but the blood in his body surged. The celestial sealing stamp was pushed back by the impact of the sword energy, causing Wang Lin to retreat as well. He retreated 100 feet before he slowed down. Behind the sword energy was a young man in white. He had an arrogant expression as he stared at Wang Lin. The Yao family's third-generation member, Yao Zhangdong. Under his feet was a 30-foot-long sword. Wang Lin had never seen such a large flying sword. A powerful sword energy that seemed like it could shatter the void spread out from the sword. Su Mu, it's your misfortune to have met me. If it was any other member of the Yao clan, they might accept your begging. However, don't beg for mercy in front of me, Yao Zhangdong. It's useless. Yao Zhangdong's expression was filled with pride. He thought, I have to kill this Su Mu before Yao Bingyan arrives. Otherwise, all the credit will be taken by that cold woman. Wang Lin's expression was calm and his eyes were cold. He had long discovered that the people of the Luo Tian star system all had a sense of arrogance. This arrogance was cultivated by their family's cultivation method. This was clearly different from the Alliance star system, which was filled with killing and scheming. Wang Lin nodded slightly and clasped his hands. He opened his mouth as if he was about to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, a strand of essence origin energy flew out. It turned into an illusory sword and charged at Yao Zhangdong. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared into the void. The sword formed by essence origin energy was too fast and closed in on Yao Zhangdong in an instant. Yao Zhangdong's eyes lit up and he let out a cold snort. His right hand formed a seal and he pressed forward. There was a flash of green light in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a skull and mercilessly tried to devour the illusory sword. Just as he raised his right hand, ripples appeared behind him and Wang Lin took a step forward. His two fingers formed a sword and he directly pointed forward. He didn't wait to see the result before he retreated and disappeared once more. Yao Zhangdong's expression was gloomy. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he suddenly turned around. His eyes lit up and two rays of black light shot out. However, they didn't touch Wang Lin and landed in the void. Just at this moment, the celestial sealing stamp in the sky suddenly rotated and smashed down on Yao Zhangdong with a powerful pressure. On the celestial sealing stamp, hundreds of thousands of golden runes flashed and appeared one by one. In an instant, the surrounding area was filled with countless golden runes and sealed Yao Zhangdong. Just as Yao Zhangdong raised his head with a gloomy expression, Wang Lin's figure appeared again, and the heavenly chop appeared. Yao Zhangdong quickly turned around, but he still missed. Wang Lin's figure was like a ghost. As the celestial sealing stamp descended, he flashed around Yao Zhangdong. Every time he appeared, he would attack once before merging with the world. As a result, Yao Zhangdong's expression became even more gloomy. Although Wang Lin's attacks weren't too strong, he still had to take them seriously. Every time Wang Lin appeared, he had to attack. However, every time he attacked, he couldn't even touch Wang Lin's shadow. This strange way of fighting made him feel annoyed. Although Yao Zhangdong hadn't fought many people in his life, he had fought many times. However, none of them had ever been like this. Ever since Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of essence energy and Yao Zhangdong's right hand dissipated, it was as if he had lost the initiative. He could only defend and couldn't take the initiative to attack. Just as he was about to catch his breath and get ready to charge out of this place and unleash his divine ability, the 100-foot stamp arrived again. This made Yao Zhangdong even more annoyed. At this moment, the rumbling sound in his ears became more and more intense. Countless golden runes gathered toward him like crazy, and the strange figure flickered around him as it continued to attack. Killing intent flashed through Yao Zhangdong's eyes. He formed a seal with both hands, and the large sword beneath his feet immediately trembled, emitting a vast amount of sword qi. In an instant, the 30-meter-long sword split into 19 smaller swords. As they rotated, they formed a strange sword formation that fiercely charged out. As the 19 swords charged out, a powerful origin energy filled the area. As the sword formation moved, it turned into a storm. The sword formation rotated around Yao Zhangdong, and the surrounding origin energy began to distort. Wang Lin's figure flashed and reappeared 1,000 feet away. His eyes were cold as he stared ahead. Seal! A roar came from Wang Lin's mouth. At the same time, even more golden runes appeared. They moved even faster and charged out of the sword formation. The celestial sealing stamp in the sky also smashed down with a thunderous rumble. The veins on Yao Zhangdong's face swelled up as he looked up. His hands formed a seal, and the sword formation moved even faster. As the storm of sword energy spread out, he pointed up with his right hand. The sword energy vortex charged out to meet the celestial sealing stamp in the sky. There was a loud bang and the celestial sealing stamp suddenly stopped. Yao Zhangdong didn't hesitate to step out of the range of the celestial sealing stamp. However, just at this moment, Ta Shan appeared before Yao Zhangdong and threw a punch. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. His right hand reached out and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. Su Ligua had already retreated into the sword. Wang Lin raised the celestial sword and the origin energy in his body surged. Heavenly chop, once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 15 times, 20 times. The 20 heavenly chop consumed a large amount of origin energy from Wang Lin, but they condensed in an instant to form a huge sword skill that unleashed the power of law. The sword skill that cut through law whistled through the space between Wang Lin and Yao Zhangdong. It seemed to tear open a hole in the space between Wang Lin and Yao Zhangdong. Yao Zhangdong's eyes flashed fiercely and the sword energy vortex around him spread out like crazy. It landed on Ta Shan's fist, causing Ta Shan's body to tremble. His face immediately turned pale, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he punched again. Just at this moment, the heavenly chop arrived and landed on the sword vortex around Yao Zhangdong. It cut open the vortex and shot toward Yao Zhangdong. At the same time, a large amount of golden runes rushed into the vortex created by the heavenly chop and quickly sealed Yao Zhangdong. After using the heavenly chop, Wang Lin didn't stop and took a step. When he reappeared, he was on top of the celestial sealing stamp. He sat down in the lotus position, then his hands formed a seal and pressed down. The celestial sealing stamp was filled with all the origin energy in Wang Lin's body. It smashed down on Yao Zhangdong. At this moment, the sealing mark, the heavenly chop, the pagoda mountain fist, and the celestial sealing stamp all shot toward Yao Zhangdong at the same time. As the celestial sealing stamp descended, a loud bang echoed out in the starry sky. The loud bang was so loud that everyone within 5,000 kilometers could clearly hear it. It was as if a cultivation planet was collapsing. A furious roar erupted from the celestial ceiling stamp. In an instant, a terrifying, suffocating aura suddenly filled the air like a raging dragon. The instant the celestial ceiling stamp descended, it was swept away by the force. The countless golden talismans also seemed to be torn to shreds as they retreated in all directions. Popping sounds came from Tashan's fist. The bones in his right fist shattered, and even half of his body was affected. It was as if his body had been hit by a powerful force and was thrown back. At this moment, Yao Zhangdong's previous elegance and pride were gone. His hair was a mess, his clothes were tattered, and his eyes were filled with anger. Before him was a fist-size bead. Calling it a bead wasn't appropriate, it was more like a cultivator's golden core. It was this golden core that had absorbed all the attacks from before. Although Yao Zhangdong was in a sorry state, he wasn't injured at all. "You're the second person to force me to use the celestial golden core the ancestor gave me." Yao Zhangdong almost clenched his teeth. His killing intent toward Wang Lin wasn't just from the heaven order his family had given him, but also from the anger in his heart. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been in such a passive position. From the moment Wang Lin launched a sneak attack, he had no chance to resist and could only passively defend. This, along with that strange spell, caused Yao Zhangdong to fall into a dangerous situation. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. As he retreated, he slapped his bag of holding and the 1 billion soul flag appeared. He grabbed 2 illusory origin souls and swallowed them. His origin energy surged as he stared at the golden core before Yao Zhangdong, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Just now, Wang Lin had the upper hand, so Yao Zhangdong didn't have a chance to attack. He had calculated everything and formed a killing trap, but in the end, he didn't succeed. Wang Lin finally understood the difference between the corporeal yang stage and the early stage of nirvana scryer. Wang Lin was confident that he could kill any corporeal yang cultivator, but Yao Zhangdong wasn't injured at all. Although the golden core played a huge role in this, even without the golden core, Yao Zhangdong would still have other immortal arts and sacred powers. A cultivation family that has an inheritance from the celestial realm must have a lot of celestial spells passed down. Yao Zhangdong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he formed a seal with his right hand without hesitation. The golden core around him immediately began to spin around him. At the same time, he raised his left hand, pointed forward, and shouted, "Celestial art, void collapse." Wang Lin retreated without hesitation. The moment he retreated, the space he was in collapsed and created a powerful impact. This scene caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink. Celestial spell, shadow collapse. Yao Zhangdong's hand formed a seal, and his eyes revealed a cruel gaze. Bang bang bang. The collapse continued to echo. Wang Lin couldn't stop at all. The impact of the collapse almost entered his bones and chased after him. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy but calm. In a flash, ripples appeared under his feet. Just as the collapse was about to reach him, he disappeared without a trace. In an instant, he appeared 100 feet behind Yao Zhangdong. He raised his right hand and the heavenly chop flew out. However, just as the heavenly chop closed in on Yao Zhangdong, the golden core around Yao Zhangdong closed in. The moment it collided with the heavenly chop, it absorbed the power of the heavenly chop. Celestial spell, 19 souls. Yao Zhangdong suddenly turned around and revealed a cruel smile. He opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of white mist. There were even miserable screams coming from the mist. There were 19 babies inside the mist. These babies were all black and looked like ghosts. They flickered in and out of the mist as they charged at Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a step back and merged with the world. The 19 infant souls missed their target and returned to Yao Zhangdong's side, revolving around his body. Yao Zhangdong's face was ferocious. He raised his right hand without hesitation and grabbed the golden core before him. He shouted, "I'll risk it all. Even if I don't want this golden core to be punished by the ancestor, I'll break your spell." As he spoke, he crushed the golden core. A storm that could destroy everything rushed out from the golden core. This power was too strong, and as it spread out, the power of the world within 100,000 feet began to distort violently. This distortion caused the power of the world to no longer be balanced. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands constantly fluctuating. Anyone that entered the distorted power of the world would have to leave as soon as possible unless they had a spell that could reverse the chaos. 1,000 feet away, Wang Lin's figure appeared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his right hand and pointed at the void. The withered Dao pair appeared. There was a flash of ghostly light in the ferocious beast's eyes, and killing intent filled the world. Yao Zhangdong's face flickered, and he quickly performed an incantation with both hands. Immediately, the 19 nascent souls let out sharp cries and began to rapidly rotate around him. In the blink of an eye, they formed an illusory image of an enlarged nascent soul. After it appeared, it immediately let out a roar. However, before it could roar out halfway, its body was immediately surrounded by gray light, and in an instant, it became a stone statue. Wang Lin took this opportunity to retreat. He took out 2 more illusory origin souls from the soul flag and swallowed them. He raised his right hand without hesitation and shouted, "Call the wind." Black wind howled around his right hand and began to expand. In the blink of an eye, a dense, black wind appeared around Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the petrified babies around Yao Zhangdong collapsed. Yao Zhangdong walked out unscathed. He stared at the black wind around Wang Lin and sneered, "Is this all you have? Today you will die for sure." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand and the black wind around him flew out. This black wind filled the sky and turned into a black dragon that let out a roar. It opened its mouth and spat out cold wind. At first, Yao Zhangdong didn't think much of the wind, but he immediately felt a chill run through his body, as if his origin soul was about to collapse. He immediately retreated, but the black wind chased after him relentlessly. Terrified, Yao Zhangdong saw that he was about to be surrounded by the black wind. He quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Celestial spell, cloud tribulation." Rumbling sounds could be heard as a sea of clouds appeared around Yao Zhangdong's body. Lightning flickered within the clouds, and they seemed to connect to each other to form an all-encompassing shield. However, due to the wind from the black dragon, the mist instantly dissipated, revealing a horrified Yao Zhangdong. What kind of celestial spell is this?" Yao Zhangdong's body trembled. He clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. His right hand moved and he shouted, "Blood Soul 6 cycle." After using this spell, Yao Zhangdong's face immediately turned pale. This Blood Soul celestial spell was taught to him by his ancestor, Blood God. Apparently, it was a powerful celestial spell from his ancestor. At its peak, it could reach 19 cycles, but with Yao Zhangdong's current cultivation level, it was only 6 cycles. Even so, it consumed a lot of origin energy. The blood immediately squirmed and formed a vortex that charged into the sky. It was like a blood-colored whirlwind, bringing with it a powerful force of impact. The cold wind collided with the blood-colored whirlwind, and the two forces immediately melted. Yao Zhangdong stared at the faintly discernible Wang Lin outside the cold wind. He clenched his teeth and slapped his bag of holding to take out a talisman. "With the talisman given to me by the ancestor, no matter how many spells you have, you will without a doubt die." He raised his hand and the talisman flew into the air. There was a dark red inscription on the talisman that formed an extremely complicated mark. Yao Zhangdong's hands formed a seal, and he bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out a mouthful of blood and it landed on the talisman. In an instant, the talisman was dyed the color of blood. The inscription on it seemed to come to life, and it released a strange light. At the same time, a red flame appeared on the talisman. Emperor's Celestial Talisman. Kill this person. Yao Zhangdong pointed at Wang Lin and his voice was ferocious. The talisman flashed and charged out. It pierced through the blood vortex and the cold wind. It wasn't damaged at all as it charged toward Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. This talisman was very familiar to him. It was almost the same as the two talismans in his bag of holding. At this moment, the talisman released an aura that made Wang Lin tremble. This aura was extremely terrifying. I can't block it. All the hair on Wang Lin's body stood up and a strong sense of danger enveloped his body. He retreated without hesitation, but the talisman didn't dissipate. Instead, it moved even faster. In this moment of danger, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding without hesitation. The god-slaying war chariot flew out and he pointed at Yao Zhangdong. At the same time, he took out a talisman, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The essence blood entered the talisman, causing it to glow red as well. The talisman was covered in red flames and collided with the talisman Yao Zhangdong had thrown. A huge shockwave spread out and the talisman Wang Lin had thrown out immediately collapsed and burned to ashes. However, Yao Zhangdong's talisman didn't completely dissipate. There was still a fingernail-sized piece that pierced through the talisman and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin's body trembled and he felt heat between his eyebrows. It was as if there was a fire burning between his eyebrows, and it immediately spread to his entire body. An unimaginable sealing force spread out from between his eyebrows and spread like crazy. In the blink of an eye, all of his origin energy and origin soul were completely sealed. This is the power of the Forsaken Immortal Clan's talisman. But how can the Forsaken Immortal Clan's talisman be this strong? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes were filled with terror. All of the origin energy in his body was sealed. The current him was like a mortal. His body immediately became weak. If it wasn't for the fact that Ta Shan had rushed over and forced Wang Lin to sit down, Wang Lin would have fallen into the endless space below. Beside him, the god-slaying war chariot turned into a butterfly and gently flapped its wings, as if it was harmless. Yao Zhangdong began to laugh. Without Wang Lin's origin energy to guide him, all of his treasures stopped moving and his call the wind disappeared. Yao Zhangdong took a step forward and his two fingers formed a sword as he charged at Wang Lin. A mere corporeal yang cultivator dares to fight me? Sumu, go die. As he grinned, Yao Zhangdong's speed was shocking as he charged at Wang Lin. His two fingers were filled with origin energy. If this finger landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows, not only would his body collapse, even his origin soul wouldn't be able to escape and would die along with his body. Just as Yao Zhangdong's finger closed in, the butterfly beside Wang Lin was different from other treasures, even without Wang Lin's origin energy to control it. Once it was activated, it would form its own cycle, and it gently flapped its wings. Yao Zhangdong's body trembled and his chest exploded. He was thrown 100 feet away and the butterfly's wings flapped once more. Killing intent flickered in Yao Zhangdong's eyes. Even as the butterfly's wings flapped, he slapped his bag of holding to produce another paper talisman. This time, he didn't toss it out, but rather, pressed it onto his forehead. Immediately, a strong power of runes erupted from the paper talisman and filled Yao Zhangdong's body. In an instant, a large number of runes appeared in the starry sky around him. Popping sounds echoed. Every time the butterfly's wings flapped, a large amount of the runes around Yao Zhangdong would collapse. However, his body continued to close in on Wang Lin. I must kill this Sumu. He is only at the corporeal yang stage, but he is already so powerful. If he reaches the Nirvana Scryer stage, I won't be his match. Wang Lin was sitting on Ta Shan's left hand. Ta Shan was constantly retreating in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Yao Zhangdong. However, Yao Zhangdong was too fast. In an instant, Yao Zhangdong closed in with popping sounds. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with calmness. He closed his eyes and softly said, "My Tao is to die in reincarnation and enter karma. Everything in the world can escape reincarnation, but karma can't." There was a kind of power that didn't require origin energy to use. It wasn't a spell or a treasure, but the Tao of a cultivator. In other words, it was a kind of belief, a kind of comprehension. After 1,000 years of cultivation, everything he had comprehended was Wang Lin's domain. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin used his domain that he hadn't used in a long time. A battle of domains was a battle of Tao. Tao was ever-changing, and there was no victory or defeat. There was only life and death. Wang Lin spread out his hands and calmly said, "My left hand holds the cause of the world, and my right hand holds the fruit of the world. This is karma, my karma." He opened his eyes. His left eye contained the sun and his right eye contained the moon. He looked at Yao Zhangdong as he raised his left hand and pointed. Cause appear. Domain descend. At this instant, space no longer existed and everything around him disappeared. Yao Zhangdong's figure suddenly stopped. He had no choice but to stop. In his eyes, Wang Lin's figure was immeasurably large. His hands were like illusory whips that were connected to each other, forming a circle. That circle was karma, and Yao Zhangdong had the intense feeling that if he stepped forward, he would be trapped within his opponent's domain. At that point, even if he killed his opponent, he would be trapped within the mysterious illusion of the Tao. He would be trapped within karma for the rest of his life, unable to awaken. In a battle of the Tao realm, only the Tao could be used to fight. However, it was rare to see someone truly able to use their own Tao. This had nothing to do with cultivation base, but rather enlightenment. Enlightenment regarding heaven and earth, enlightenment regarding life, and understanding of one's own Tao. Yao Zhangdong could never have imagined that Su Mu would be able to use the Tao realm. His expression was grim, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he sat down cross-legged until there was only about 9 meters between him and Wang Lin. He closed his eyes, and an illusory golden figure appeared above his head. The illusory golden figure had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and emanated immortal qi. Clearly it was an immortal. Struggling on your deathbed, I'll show you the Tao of the Yao clan. The members of the Yao clan are immortals. Our clan has a legacy in the immortal world, and we are the descendants of immortals. Immortals do not cultivate domains, but our descendants cultivate glory. The glory of our ancestors is the Tao realm of the Yao clan. The illusory immortal above Yao Zhangdong gradually grew more corporeal. Finally, it detached itself from Yao Zhangdong and took a step forward toward the circle formed by Wang Lin's karma Tao realm. The members of my clan believe in the glory of our ancestors. All domains in the world will shatter under the glory of our ancestors. Yao Zhangdong's face was filled with fervent reverence, and as he did, the illusory immortal grew more corporeal. Glory in the past? What about now? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he lowered his left hand and raised his right. Everything in the world is karma. Karma is the glory of immortals. This karma is the collapse of the immortal world. Wang Lin clenched his right hand into a fist and calmly said, "Are you still alive? Can your Tao escape karma?" The karma circle around Wang Lin suddenly began to rotate, transforming into a vortex. Outside the vortex was karma, and inside the vortex was karma. When immortals perish, they cannot escape the karma of the heavenly Tao. Their descendants cannot escape either. Your Tao realm can't withstand a single blow. So what if you have 1,000 immortal arts? Glory Tao realm? Laughable. Wang Lin shook his head. He had seen through Yao Zhangdong's Tao. His Tao was illusory like glory, and his Tao was filled with fervent reverence. Even if he had reached the pinnacle, he would not be able to escape the wrath of his ancestors. The karma loop flew out and shot toward the illusory immortal. When it got close to the immortal, it stopped. Immortals do not cultivate domains, said Yao Zhangdong. Relying on immortal power to open up the power of heaven and earth is a grave mistake. Otherwise, how could the immortal world collapse? Even the immortal emperor, if he didn't cultivate the Tao realm, he would still point at the heavens and die of madness. How can your ancestor compare to the immortal emperor? The immortal emperor didn't cultivate the Tao, that was the karma. His death of madness was the karma. The status of your immortal clan is lower than the immortal emperor. His cultivation base is lower than the immortal emperor's. His divine abilities are weaker than the immortal emperor's. He doesn't cultivate the Tao, but instead uses the power of heaven and earth. The death of your ancestor is karma. The way I see it, your glory is nothing. You were destroyed by the heavens, so what glory is there? Yao Zhangdong, the Tao realm you cultivate, it is all nothing. Your ancestor died, but you don't fight back. Instead, you worship glory and cultivate the Tao realm of glory. Not only is your cultivation base empty, even your Yao family patriarch is nothing but an illusion. In the end, your Yao family will be exterminated. Yao Zhangdong's eyes widened in anger and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His mind was seriously injured. Wang Lin's words were like swords that stabbed into his heart, making it impossible for him to refute them. In fact, after he heard those words, there was a hint of hesitation in his heart. The celestial shadow outside the karma circle suddenly became blurry, as if it could dissipate at any moment. You arrogantly believe that glory is supreme, that glory is the Tao realm. This glory is nothing but an illusion. Have you ever truly seen the glory of your ancestors? Have you ever truly felt the glory of your ancestors? Have you ever imagined the glory of your ancestors? This glory is nothing but an illusion. You have reached the early stage of nirvana scryer, but your Tao realm doesn't have any of your own comprehension. It is all an illusion, so how can you resist me? My Tao realm has experienced the upheaval of life and death. The pain of my family leaving, the hatred of bloodthirst, the pain of the death of my lover, the pain of the death of my son, and the understanding of life and death. Although I have to return, I have to go against the heavens and not be controlled by fate. I have completed the life and death reincarnation Tao. My domain has changed and I have comprehended the karma realm. And your Tao realm is only an illusion. This glory has long disappeared with the death of your ancestor and the collapse of the celestial realm. Yao Zhangdong, you've made a big mistake. Yao Zhangdong's body trembled and he coughed out another large mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he looked like a dead person. His eyes were dim and he was filled with confusion. The celestial shadow outside the karma circle became even more blurry. Your Yao family killing me is karma, and your Tao realm being broken by my karma circle is karma. Your Tao realm is still not broken by karma. Wang Lin let out a roar and his eyes revealed a strange light. Yao Zhangdong's body trembled and the celestial shadow above him completely collapsed. After the celestial collapsed, everything returned to normal. Stars reappeared and everything else entered Yao Zhangdong's eyes. It was as if tens of thousands of years had passed in a flash. Wang Lin's karma circle also dissipated. The talisman on his forehead also collapsed due to the battle of Tao realm. He immediately activated the origin force in his body and leapt forward. At the same time, the butterfly next to him gently flapped its wings, causing Yao Zhangdong's body to explode, transforming into a mass of blood and gore. Even his bag of holding was destroyed by the power of the butterfly's natural laws. There was no longer any trace of him left in the world. As Wang Lin's origin force recovered, His face turned pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The battle of Tao Realm was too dangerous. He was not willing to use it unless he had no other choice. The Tao Realm of Glory was not as weak as he had said it to be. It could only be said that Yao Zhangdong's Tao heart was unstable. He had never experienced life, and was like a flower in a greenhouse, unable to face the true test of wind and rain. In comparison, the cultivators of the same level in the Alliance starfield were much stronger than the cultivators of the Luo Tian starfield. After all, in the Alliance starfield, one had to rely on oneself for everything. What was the sect? It couldn't protect oneself at all. If one was careless, they would die. The strong preyed on the weak. Slaughter was the law of the heavens. Aside from a limited number of people, most of the cultivators of the Luo Tian starfield couldn't imagine the darkness of the Alliance starfield. If they were placed in the Alliance starfield, it would be very difficult for them to survive. Unless their cultivation level was too high, they could ignore all the rules. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin put away his treasure. Ta Shan turned into a shadow and merged with Wang Lin. Although he was dragging his weak body, the killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. The Yao family wants to kill me, Wang Lin. You will have to pay the price. With a cold gaze, Wang Lin took a step forward. As ripples spread out, he merged with the world and disappeared without a trace. However, just as he disappeared, ripples appeared in the starry sky beside him, and a cold woman in white walked out. This woman was extremely beautiful, and her cold expression could make anyone's heart palpitate even as they retreated. The woman frowned, and with one step, her figure disappeared. She merged with the void and chased after Wang Lin. At this moment, in the eastern domain of the Luo Tian starfield, on a blood-red planet, there was a giant ancestral hall. The word, Yao, was engraved on a 100-foot-tall tree beside the ancestral hall. There was an old man sitting inside the ancestral hall. This person's eyebrows were curved and drooped down. Behind him, there were many spirit tablets placed on the ground. Every single one of them was emitting dense yuan power. Suddenly, a cracking sound could be heard coming from one of the spirit tablets at the very bottom. A crack appeared on it, and the tablet split into two. The old man slowly opened his eyes, looked at the broken spirit tablet, and muttered to himself, "Finally one died. Wang Lin from the Alliance star system. The old man wants to see how many you can kill. Don't disappoint the old man, blood god." The old man's eyes revealed a gloomy gaze. He raised his right hand and pointed. White gas came out of the broken token and was gathered by the old man into his sleeve. Continue to kill. 3 chapters combined into one, a total of 10,400 words. Great explosion asking for monthly votes. Chapter 8:27. In a bright part of the Luo Tian star system, a ripple spread out and Wang Lin stepped out. He staggered a bit and his face was a bit pale. The battle with Yao Zhangdong was simply too dangerous. If he had been a bit careless, he would have died. Yao Zhangdong is indeed worthy of being an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. There is still a big gap between us. However, if I had reached the Nirvana Scryer stage, killing this person wouldn't have been as difficult as it is now. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a fierce gaze. He couldn't merge with the world for too long, so he quickly flew forward. After a few breaths of time, he merged with the world once more and disappeared. Right now I need to find a place to heal. Once I've recovered, I'll go find the Yao family. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, ripples echoed and the cold beauty appeared. She frowned slightly as she looked at where Wang Lin disappeared and softly said, "To use spatial bending twice in a row, this Su Mu's control of the world is very strong. If a cultivator familiar with the Yao family was here, they would immediately recognize this woman. Her name was Yao Bingyun, and in the eastern domain of the Luo Tian, she was known as one of the 3 phoenixes. Cold Phoenix Yao Bingyun. Among the 3rd generation of the Yao family, her cultivation was among the top 3. She was very cold, and even when facing family members, she rarely spoke. This woman's talent in the Yao family wasn't the best, it could only be considered good. However, her pursuit of Tao was unimaginable. In order to pursue her own Tao, after she reached the ascendant stage, she switched to cultivating the family's closed-door celestial spell. This celestial spell locked one's divine sense. The eyes couldn't see, the mouth couldn't speak, the ears couldn't hear, and the nose couldn't speak. It was one of the 3 great forbidden spells in the Yao family, and very few people could calm their hearts like this. Most importantly, the reason this spell was called a forbidden spell was because if one wasn't careful, they would sink into their divine sense and die. Every generation of the Yao family had died from this technique. Gradually, fewer and fewer people practiced it. In this state, Yao Bingyun had secluded herself for 500 years on the Ice Star, one of the forbidden lands of the Yao family. After coming out of seclusion, her personality became even colder, like 10,000-year-old ice. Wherever she went, she would bring along a chill. This woman wholeheartedly pursued the Tao, and her will was unimaginably firm. Among the 3 generations of the Yao family, only 2 people had grasped the ground shrinking technique, and Yao Bingyun was one of them. Not only that, she was the one with the deepest understanding of ground shrinking. Withdrawing her gaze, Yao Bingyun took a step forward, and with a cold expression, she continued to chase. This pursuit lasted for 10 days. Wang Lin gradually sensed that something was wrong and became even more cautious. During these 10 days, Yao Bingyun chased closely. Originally, with her personality, she wouldn't participate in the matter of the family's heaven order. If she had the time, she would choose to cultivate in seclusion and comprehend the heavens. However, when the Yao family's ancestor, Blood God, issued the heaven order, he said that anyone who personally killed Su Mu could use the power of the entire Yao family to do one thing for them. This was the reason why Yao Bingyun wanted to help. "Little sister, I must save you." Yao Bingyun pursed her lips and disappeared into the void. She merged with the world and continued to chase. During these 10 days of time, the news of Su Mu's appearance quickly spread in the Luotian star system. In particular, several families had joined forces to form a group of 28 people. Su Mu had killed 26 people, and only 2 had escaped. This incident set off a huge uproar. Some cultivators that had forgotten the name Su Mu all remembered the rumors of Su Mu's actions in the Thunder Celestial realm. What was even more shocking was that among the 28 people, there were 3 corporeal Yang cultivators, 9 illusory Yin cultivators, and 16 peak ascendant cultivators. This kind of lineup was easily slaughtered by Su Mu. Of the 2 that survived, one of them immediately announced that his family and cultivation planet would never participate in the matter between Su Mu and the Yao family. The other person was a corporeal Yang cultivator. He was in an even worse state and his origin soul was damaged. After he returned to his family, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation and made the same announcement. He would never participate in this matter again. This series of events completely awakened the name Su Mu from the memories of the cultivators in the Luotian star system. At almost the same time, the news of the early-stage Nirvana scryer Yao Changdong of the Yao family dying to Su Mu spread like a storm across the Luotian star system. Under the Yao family's heaven order, the people who were chasing after Su Mu were killed instead. This shocked all the cultivators, but it also made the name Su Mu even more profound. Similarly, the Yao family's reaction to this matter was extremely fast. Many of the family members and the families they had contacted all gathered in the western domain of the Luotian star system. There were too many of them, and they formed a blockade that continued to tighten the encirclement. At this moment, Wang Lin was extremely cautious. He continued to merge with the world, but he didn't teleport too far. He wanted to get rid of the pursuer who could also merge with the world. Although he hadn't seen the pursuer before, the feeling was very profound. Wang Lin merged with the world. He no longer moved but continued to change locations. As a result, it was a competition of one's comprehension of the heavens. Whoever had a deeper comprehension would be able to merge with the world for longer. Once the pursuer came out of the world first, Wang Lin would be able to take the initiative and not let the pursuer know where he was. Wang Lin had experienced Master Flamespark's fusion. Under that environment, his origin soul and body had merged with the world for a long time. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to exist in the world. Time slowly passed. Although Yao Bingyun had a deeper comprehension of the world, she didn't have the experience Wang Lin had. On the 16th day, she finally couldn't endure it anymore and her body appeared from the void. The moment her body appeared, Wang Lin, who she had locked onto with the world, disappeared without a trace. Yao Bingyun's expression was calm as she slapped her bag of holding and a small mirror appeared in her hand. Her left hand formed a seal, as if she was deducing something. She held the mirror and rested for a moment before merging with the world once more. Wang Lin's figure appeared next to an abandoned cultivation planet at the border between the western and northern domain in the Luo Tian domain. After he appeared, his face was pale. After all, he had been injured and had to escape more than a dozen people. Adding on the fact that he had merged with the world for a long time, his injuries were even worse. At this moment, his eyes lit up. After confirming that he had thrown off his pursuers, he let out a sigh of relief. Right now, the Yao family must have made their move. From now on, I fear it will be difficult to move. Wang Lin charged toward the abandoned cultivation planet. This planet had no spiritual energy and was filled with ruins. It was obvious that this planet had its glory days countless years ago. Wang Lin found a basin on the planet and sat down. He slapped his bag of holding and the 1 billion soul flag flew out. It turned into a black mist, and he placed down a series of restrictions. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Ta Shan walked out from the shadow behind him and sat down. Ta Shan's entire right arm was broken and his body was covered in wounds. He looked a bit dispirited. Wang Lin knew that time was of the essence. He had to heal as soon as possible so he could maintain his peak state. Only then would he have a chance to survive. While cultivating, Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached toward the black mist formed by the 1 billion soul flag. An illusory origin soul appeared in his hand. Before the origin soul could beg for mercy, he crushed it and devoured it. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he devoured another origin soul. He cycled the spiritual energy in his body and continued to absorb it. After 12 hours, he devoured 4 origin souls in a row. A powerful surge of origin energy surrounded Wang Lin's body. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a cold gaze filled with killing intent. His right hand reached out and many bags of holding appeared. These bags of holding belonged to the 28 people that Wang Lin had killed. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to erase their imprints and take out all the treasures. He crushed them all and fused them into liquid before entering Ta Shan's body. These people's bags of holding contained all kinds of treasures. At this moment, Wang Lin crushed all of them to repair Ta Shan's body. 2 more days passed and Ta Shan's bones recovered. Although they were still a bit dispirited, they were fine. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, and he flew into the air. Ta Shan followed closely behind Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin flew into the air, his right hand reached out and the black mist condensed into a 100-foot banner. With a shake of his hand, Wang Lin put the banner into his bag of holding. Just at this moment, outside the cultivation planet where Wang Lin was healing, Yao Bingyun's figure appeared. Her expression was cold as she waved the small mirror in her right hand. The image inside the mirror was of Wang Lin jumping up from the ground. Her expression was cold as she raised her jade-like hand and pressed her index finger on the mirror. However, the instant she pressed down, the mirror shattered before she could and collapsed with a bang. A surge of killing intent came from the cultivation planet, and the center of it was Wang Lin. He was like an unsheathed sword as he charged out. Countless balls of purple lightning surrounded him, making him move even faster. In almost the blink of an eye, he charged out from the cultivation planet toward Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's expression was still calm as she coldly stared at Wang Lin, who was quickly closing in on her. She raised her jade-like hand and pointed at Wang Lin. A blue ice crystal condensed on her finger and gave off a faint aura. Yao Bingyun softly said, "Break the ice." Her finger broke the ice, and a wave of cold air immediately spread out. Cracking sounds echoed, and with Yao Bingyun's finger in the lead, the large area of space before her seemed to be frozen in an instant, and it rapidly spread out. Wang Lin's pupil shrank, but he didn't retreat. At this moment, all the balls of lightning around him charged out and collided with the ice that was spreading toward him. He was overtaken. Just like what Yi Chen said, his vision went dark. It was as if it was a cloudy day outside. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.